On the program tonight, we'll chat with Anne-Marie Beausoliel, Syx Langemann, Brett Humber, and Charity Cooper. Stay tuned. The Face to Facebook livecast will begin momentarily. On the program tonight, we'll chat with Anne-Marie Beausoliel, Syx Langemann, Brett Humber, and Charity Cooper. Stay tuned. The Face to Facebook livecast will begin momentarily. On the program tonight, we'll chat with Anne-Marie Beausoliel, Syx Langemann, Brett Humber, and Charity Cooper. Stay tuned. The Face to Facebook livecast will begin momentarily. On the program tonight, we'll chat with Anne-Marie Beausoliel, Syx Langemann, Brett Humber, and Charity Cooper. Stay tuned. The Face to Facebook livecast will begin momentarily. On the program tonight, we'll chat with Anne-Marie Beausoliel, Syx Langemann, Brett Humber, and Charity Cooper. Stay tuned. The Face to Facebook livecast will begin momentarily. On the program tonight, we'll chat with Anne-Marie Beausoliel, Syx Langemann, Brett Humber, and Charity Cooper. Stay tuned. Well, a very good Monday evening to everyone. How are we all doing? We're calling today Mechanical Monday. Hello, Ashley. We're calling today Mechanical Monday for a couple of reasons. One, I want to give a tip of the virtual cap to all of those folks who get down and dirty and greasy and keep all of our logistics chains running. That means all the mechanics that work on the trucks and the trains and our cars and delivery vehicles of any sorts. So hats off to you, because you're probably still working during this time. And thank you. We're also going to call it Mechanical Monday because last night at about 1:45 in the morning, I was working on another project, and the software that I use to stream this decided to erase all of the content for my show. So I went into a little bit of a panic mode because everything you see here, all of these elements on the screen on either side of us and on the top and the bottom, all of those are hand created. So there was a probably, learning curve counting into it. There was probably about 30 hours of work that went into the toilet. I was not impressed, to say the least. And I had just come off doing the show, so I was a little tired. And I ended up being up until 6 or 6:30 in the morning, frantically trying to recreate everything. So I think I got everything in place, and it gave me the opportunity to make a few changes and clean some things up. And I came, at least, this time I came to it from a place of knowledge, and I wasn't learning as I went. So that was good. And I learned a little bit more about, some intricacies of the program and perhaps learn not to make a stupid mistake all the time. I don't know. It was a long night, folks. A long night. Hello, Dan Beauchart and George Briner. Nice to see you. The Pink Floyd mug full of tea is here. We have an exceptional lineup of people tonight. I'm very excited to talk to all of them. My first guest in particular, because she is one of the most ardent supporters of the fight against cystic fibrosis, which, as you may or may not know by now from tuning into the program, is what my daughter struggles with, my oldest daughter. And it's going to be interesting to talk to her about what folks, with immunocompromised fibrosis of the lungs diseases during this time. So, Ashley, was the hour count down there at the bottom always there? No, that was a recent addition in the last couple of days because people kept asking. So anyway, now it's there. It's yet again another element I had to recreate it. That was probably actually no, that element I created about 10 minutes ago and put back in because I realized I forgot it. Well, we're going to be fumbling our way through all of your requests again this evening. So if there's anything you'd like to hear, just pop it in the comments to the video. They show up as this little, this awesome little chat window on the side here. Camera's backwards, so I have to keep figuring out where I'm pointing. You'd think after 148 hours or so, I'd figure out how to point to the comments on this side. Anyway, any comments you make on the video, whether it's YouTube, Facebook, or Twitch, they show up. So if there's something you want to hear, please let me know. Apart from that, you know how it is, business as usual. I'll keep picking songs, and I've got some great new music to play as well. Got some stuff from Joe Claus, Candace Chauvin, so lots of good stuff. All right. So as I said, because of the little meltdown, not my meltdown, well, very nearly my meltdown, because of that little meltdown, some things might be a little different or might look a little weird, so bear with it, and I'll try to fix them as I go. I did not have the time or energy last night to do a full run-through at about 6:30 in the morning, so Mr. Aaron Wilms, one of the most talented drummers I know. Nice to see you. All right, well, we'll try this one. I'm not sure if it's if my voice is there yet, but we'll get there. We'll get there together, folks. Wind blows hard against this mountainside, across the sea to my soul, reaches into where I cannot hide, stretching my feet toward the road. Heart is old, it holds my memories. Body burns a gem like flame, somewhere between the soul and soft machine is where I find myself again. Curious down the road that I must travel, curious on the highway in the night. Where I'm going, will you follow? Curious through the darkness of the light. When I was young, I dreamed of growing old, I dreamed of what my life would be. I have traveled down my chosen road. I only wish wish that I could be. Curious down the road that I must travel. Curious on the darkness of the night. Curious where I'm going, will you follow? Curious through the darkness of the light. Of the night, curious, will you follow? Curious, will you follow? Ah, yes, the finata, as we have come to call it. I'm going to see if we can copyright that term somehow. Mr. Rob Shepley and I decided that's the thing that ends all songs, the finata. We have the strong hit on the guitar, and then on the piano we have the final note. Anyway. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Well, let's try this one. I don't have anybody to sing harmony with me on it, but that's okay. I figure you guys will give me a pass. Wake up, little Susie, wake up. Wake up, little Susie, wake up. We both been sound asleep. Wake up, little Susie, and weep. The movie's over, it's 4 o'clock, and we're in trouble deep. Wake up, little Susie, wake up, little Susie. Well, what are we gonna tell your mama? What are we gonna tell your papa? What are we gonna tell our friends when they say, ooh la la, wake up little Susie, wake up little Susie. Well, I told your mama that you'd be in by 10. Well, now Susie, baby, looks like we goofed again. Wake up little Susie, wake up little Susie. We gotta go home. Wake up, little Susie, wake up. Wake up, little Susie, wake up. The movie wasn't so hot, it didn't have much of a plot. We fell asleep, our goose is cooked, our reputation is shot. Wake up, little Susie, wake up, little Susie. Well, what are we gonna tell your mama? What are we gonna tell your pop? What are we gonna tell our friends when they say, ooh la la, wake up, little Susie, wake up, little Susie. We gotta go home. Wake up, little Susie, wake up. Wake up, little Susie, wake up. The movie wasn't so hot, it didn't have much of a plot. We fell asleep, our goose is cooked, and our reputation is shot. Wake up, little Susie, wake up, little Susie, we gotta go home. Yeah, man. I agree, Mark Beausoliel. Great song. What a great tune. Dave Jr. says, Everly Brothers, very nice. My introduction to music still owe a lot to that duo. You know who also owes a lot to that duo stylistically? Simon and Garfunkel. Paul Simon admitted as much on many occasions that their harmony is what the duo aspired to sound like. So that's pretty cool. I also was singing that as a thing to myself. Wake up, little Christopher. It's time to go on. All right, I want to try this one. We're going to try a beat for it too. You gotta thank Mr. Colton Summers Young for getting me introduced to this tune. Dice girls not born with a defect, celebrate shrink wrapped and so correct. Red dogs over illegal legs. She looks so good that he gets down and begs. She is watching the detectives. He's so cute. She's watching the detectives. When they shoot, they beat him up until the teardrops start. Cause wounded, cause he's got no heart. No heart. Long shot at that jumping sign. Invisible shivers running down my spine. Baby taking off her clothes. Close up to the sign that says we never close. He snatches at you and you match his cigarette. She pulls out the eyes with her face like a magnet. I don't know how much more of this I can take. She's filing her nails while they're dragging the lake. She is watching the detectives. Oh, he's so cute. She's watching the detectives. When they shoot, they beat him up until the teardrops start. Can't be wounded cause he's got no heart. 'cause you're in it. Now fear is here to stay and love is here for just a visit. You call it instant justice when it's past the legal limit. Someone scratching at the window, wonder who is it? The detectives come to check if you belong to the parents who are ready to hear the worst about their daughter's disappearance. It only took a miracle to get you to stay. It only took my little fingers to blow you away. Just like watching the detectives don't get cute. It's just like watching the detectives. I get so angry when the teardrops start. You can't be wounded 'cause he's got no heart. Oh, watching the detectives. Just like watching the detectives. Just like watching the detectives. It's like watching the detectives. He is watching the detectives. 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 Oh, you know what was cool about that? That song was full of fairy pee. So I have to tell this story that I don't know that song very well, and it's probably evident by the way that I play it. But when Colton Summers Young and I used to do it in either just together as a duo or in the very early iteration of J Sharp Major, my one job during that whole song, apart from playing the bass, was I would have at one point I would have to do when he said invisible shivers running down my spine. I would go, and I'm like, oh, I got to figure out a way to still be able to do that while I'm playing it. Well, the way is you just use a little bit of fairy pee. So good. Yes, Jay Brett, the hours streamed is off a little bit. The first week, there's definitely more than 147 hours there. That's just the logged hours when I started doing it through Restream. So there is probably about I don't know, about 145 hours the first week, but there was definitely we can probably add about 25 to 30 hours to that conservatively, because I was spurred on by several people to do crazy things like try going for 8.5 hours straight. That was fun. That was a lot of fun. All right, well. Oh, Mr. Jeff Gallagher, thank you. That's very, very kind of you. Very kind of you to say that. Thank you. I want to try. Hey, Julianne Marintet, cousin of mine. How you doing? Good to see you. Again, if there's something you guys want to hear, please drop it in the comments, and I'll do my best to not screw it up too badly. I want to try this right now. We're going to switch to another scene here, which is the media scene where Mr. Joe Claus has submitted some stuff for you to listen to, and the song that he has is "Brain Damage" by Pink Floyd. Obviously a song very close to my heart. So we'll see if we can get this going, and we're at this point we're just crossing our fingers for everything, because I've rebuilt this thing all night long, and hopefully it works. So barring any bizarre complications, here comes Mr. Joe Claus with a little bit of Pink Floyd for you.
Let's do an old Pink Floyd number. Lunatic is on the grass. Lunatic is on the grass. Remembering games, days The paper holds their folded faces to the floor. And every day, the paper boys bring more. And if the fun bursts many years too soon, and if there's no room up on the hill, and if your head explodes with dark forebodings too, see you on the dark side of the moon. The lunatic is in my head. The lunatic is in my head. You raise the blade, you make the change, you rearrange it till I am safe. You lock the door, throw away the key. There's someone in my head, but it's not me. And if the cloud bursts, thunder in your ear, you shout but no one seems to hear. And if the band you're in starts playing different tunes, see you on the dark side of the moon.
Well, you know, it worked. Apart from a little video resizing when we first got started. Oh my gosh. That's just kind of nonsense, right? I don't know what's happening there. Well, we are getting set for our very first guest of the evening, Miss Anne-Marie Beausoliel. And I'm not going to play another song because that would cut into her time. So this gives you guys ample opportunity to determine something that you'd like to hear me attempt to play while we talk with Anne-Marie. I'm just going to try to get her on the line here. Do, 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 do. Okay. This is a one-man show. A one-man show where Christopher does everything. And it makes it a little bit difficult sometimes to make it appear seamless. So Christopher thanks you for his patience. Christopher will only be referring to himself in the third person from now on. All right, I have Anne-Marie up here. I don't have her live yet because we're going to switch it away from whatever camera view that was, and now hopefully she sees my ugly mug waving at her. And perfect. Okay, excellent. So I don't have her live yet, but we'll bring her over into the program. Anne-Marie Beausoliel, are you there?
I am.
Hello, how are you?
I'm just fine, Chris. Thanks for having me on your program.
Thank you very much for agreeing to do this. It's a treat to talk to you whenever I can. We usually only get to see you about once a year.
Yeah, fundraising events, right?
That's right. So I have to ask the most important question of all first. You know, how are things there? Is everybody okay?
We are fine. We are three of us living in a home. Myself, my husband Mark, and our son Christopher, who has cystic fibrosis. Luckily, the day after the pandemic was announced, there's Mark.
Hi, Mark.
I'm not quite sure where I'm supposed to be looking. Anyways, the day after the pandemic was announced, Christopher, who is 33 years old, went to his boss and asked if he could work from home, and she said fine. They've been very supportive of him. In fact, have actually done a lot of fundraising for cystic fibrosis.
Oh, good.
So he's been working at home since March 14th, and we are just basically isolated, the three of us. Our other three children are not here, and we just, sometimes they'll drive by or they'll be in the driveway, and we'll be inside with the window open, talking back and forth, that sort of thing.
Yeah. Well, for those folks, like I know exactly the implications and struggles that somebody with CF goes through. As you know, my daughter Zoe is struggles with it. But for those people who don't know, can you kind of give us a little bit of a background on what the disease is, why it's so dangerous, and then we'll lead into some other stuff about why we need to take extra precautions with these folks especially during this time.
For sure. First of all, cystic fibrosis is a genetic condition where both parents have to be carriers, and most often the two parents have no idea that they're carriers. And a child is actually from conception has cystic fibrosis, and what it does is it affects many systems of the body, mainly the respiratory and digestive systems. In the past, it was the digestive problems that children would only live to be even just infants up to 4 years old because of failure to thrive. But then they did figure out about enzymes and how digestive enzymes can help digest food, and that was taken care of. But then the respiratory problems are huge, and in fact, it's a very slow progression of little bits of permanent lung damage. You try and fight it, like get a cold, and the cold will turn into a full-blown bacterial infection in the lungs, and that will cause permanent damage. Of course, the lung infections and exacerbations get treated with IV antibiotics and longer hospital stays, 2 to 3 weeks. And then just happens over the course of their lifetime, and just slowly, things happen and they start being more and more unwell. Now, of course, I say slowly, but then all of a sudden, out of the blue, you might have something that you hit a bump, and all of a sudden your lung function will drop 30%. Our son's did when he was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis related diabetes. To get that under control and to take care of the lungs, his lung function dropped a lot. This COVID-19 situation is so similar to the situation of patients or people with cystic fibrosis because of the fact all the infection control policies that they're having, the protocols that they want to keep to flatten the curve, are the things that we as CF families have been living for years. The 6-foot rule or 2-meter rule and social physical distancing. I mean, when somebody's, especially if somebody's not well, you can't go near them. 2 people with cystic fibrosis can't be, well, they're not even supposed to be in the same room together, but there's that 6-foot rule even when they're outside. This has been a rule for years and years and years. The wearing face masks, they can't go into a medical setting without wearing a face mask, and it's always been that way. Mm-hmm. The hand washing and all those things that we're working on now, and even for people who are in the hospital, with COVID-19 and the different things that they're doing for them, the oxygen and all the respiratory therapy. The respiratory therapists that are in that hospital doing physical therapy on these people to help them to be able to, to control the progression of the disease on the lungs. And these are all things that people with CF have done
Yeah.
their lifetime, twice a day having to do physical therapy to clear their lungs out, and in times of illness even more than that.
Yeah.
And I think right now in the cystic fibrosis world too, there's a real issue going on. And Chris, you know about this, the modulator drugs that have that people around the world are taking. They actually target the genetic part of the cystic fibrosis. Yet in Canada being the wonderful nation it is, Canada is the only developed country that doesn't have a rare disease strategy or that have approved 3 out of 4 of these medications. The very first one got approved. The next 3 have not been approved. It's a fight by the CF community to get a rare disease strategy in place. It's not just CF, because there's 1 in 10 people have rare diseases. So this rare disease strategy will affect a lot of people once they finally get it going. And I'm sure Zoe is probably one of the people that with CF that can have one of these drugs, or
yeah,
whatever.
we've heard some fairly positive things if and when these programs and these drugs ever get put into some kind of testing and approval phase.
The FDA approved it last fall in the States, and it became publicly accessible to everyone right away. And they're like miracle drugs.
Yeah.
They have changed people's lives. They've gone from being on the lung transplant list to not being on the lung transplant list, from not being able to work to being able to work. And so,
Yeah,
I had to get that in there, Chris.
No, absolutely. I mean, it's something that we struggle with, and as Canadians, we often question, why is this the case? Because typically you hear very much the opposite scenario. You hear about Americans coming over here to try to get some kind of wonder drug that's publicly available and on the cheap, right, on the down low as far as price goes.
Right.
And I don't know why we're dragging our feet like this. And I know that there is an online petition that people can sign to try to get a little more focus done for this. That actually, when we're done here, if you wouldn't mind, in the comments, just drop a link to that petition if you have it handy, so that folks can get on board.
I do.
And then also, for anything that,
if I know how to do that.
Yeah, it's easy. We'll just copy and paste. I'll walk you through.
Alrighty.
I want to kind of, and as parents of folks that struggle with CF, it's often difficult to talk about. So and although we've become accustomed to it, sometimes when we have these discussions, it brings back some apprehensions and some gloom. So I want to thank you first of all for having the courage to come out and talk about it. But I want to touch a little bit on the fact of the seriousness of what the disease actually is, in the sense that you're right, the digestive component of it has gotten under control, where all we have to do is eat a handful of pills every day before we have a snack or a meal, and that helps us break down the food and digest the food and the nutrients that we wouldn't be able to normally. But the real end game here is, as you were saying, the infection of the lungs. And what basically happens is your body's natural defenses work against you, in the sense that cystic fibrosis is an overproduction of mucus in the body. So when your lungs get an infection, normally there's a coating of mucus that tries to protect the lung tissue against that infection. In this case, what happens is the mucus creates a little greenhouse for the bacteria to grow and thrive, and the body can't fight it off properly. And that's why you need these super high, powerful inhaled antibiotics at times. I remember Zoe going into the hospital one time where the doctor came in and he was wearing a hazmat suit because he can't get any of this stuff on his skin. But this is the stuff that she's breathing in order to fight this infection. And eventually what happens is, not to be frank about it, you drown slowly over a certain number of years. And the only possible recourse at this point, until we get more understanding about if these pharmaceuticals can help, is to get a double lung transplant. And people that I've talked to, I talked to Angelo very early on in the program about what it was like to try to breathe while they were fighting COVID-19, and he said it was like it was like drowning, gasping for breath, or trying to breathe through a straw. And right away my brain went to, well, that's been on all the CF documentation or all the CF advertising for years. That's exactly what it's like. Zoe
Yes.
on a
Yeah.
good day feels like she's breathing through a McDonald's straw. So
Yes.
I think it's super important that people also realize that uh, although we do have the 6 foot rule or the non contact, cystic fibrosis is not something that's communicable. So if you have friends that have CF, you're not going to catch it from drinking out of the same glass. You're not going to catch it from being in the same room with them. It's a genetic disorder, like you said, that both parents have to be carriers in order to pass that along. So, it's not freak out time and let's get away from everybody because we don't want to catch it.
For sure.
Yeah.
And we've actually had friends that have asked us, well, why don't you just get a lung transplant? Why doesn't he just get a lung transplant? Well, it's not that easy. You first of all, your lungs have to be very bad. In fact, the life expectancy, your life expectancy, it has to be what they predict to be less than 1 year to get on the transplant list. And then there's the waiting game for the lungs. And then people think that a lung transplant, that's just the end of everything.
Yeah.
But then that just brings on a whole new realm of anti-rejection drugs, and you're on steroids and you're on all kinds of stuff for the rest of your life. And then you're constantly being monitored. Your lungs maybe feel very healthy. It doesn't take the CF away,
Right.
only in the lungs.
That's right.
You still are dealing with everything else to do with CF. And yeah.
Yeah. I think we can take to heart, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there, but I wanted to speak
No.
speak
Thank you.
a little bit about the lung transplant thing. Is that we've seen some great strides, not to borrow your marketing campaign, but we've seen some great strides recently in terms of using stem cells from your own body to help reduce the risk of rejection when we introduce the new lungs to the body. But yeah, we have people that say the same thing to us all the time. We'll just put Zoe on a list for a lung transplant, everything's done. But it's not as simple as that, and it's not effective. And we've seen, both you and I have seen and know people that have undergone this procedure and have still lost the fight. So
That's right. The life expectancy post transplant for lungs is about 5 years.
Yeah.
And there are a lot that only survive a few months, and so it's not an answer.
Yeah.
The answer is we got to get the government to approve these drugs and get them on the market for everyone that has CF. And the research that's been done in recent years is just amazing. And we're just blessed that they so much money has been invested in research. And Cystic Fibrosis Canada is our Canadian organization, our foundation, and their mission is to the fundraising is for research and treatment programs. That's where all the money goes to, and treatment for the patients, and research for the medications, and for the therapies and everything that's needed. And I'm going to put a little plug in here, Chris.
Absolutely.
If you don't mind. On May 31st, the last Sunday of May, every year, the organization has the Walk to Make Cystic Fibrosis History. And this year's kind of tricky. It's May 31st is the date. And every year they've always had your choice. You could do a virtual walk. You didn't have to attend a walk at, say, in Windsor, it's at the Volmer Center, and there's probably about 100 walks across Canada that day. And this year they just decided, and we as a family, because Christopher was in isolate, like it was recommended 12 weeks of isolation for the CF patients. So that included the May 31st. So as a family, we just decided that we were just going to walk around here. We live in Tilbury, and we're just going to, around the yard, up and downstairs. We just sort of pledged that we would do 15,000 steps. I'm hoping I can do that. Anyways, but that's May 31st. If anyone's, I don't know if you're doing it, Chris, if anyone's interested, you could search our, on Facebook is the walk. You can search the Windsor Walk, but if you just go on Facebook and look and type in, search Mission Possible, Mission : space possible. That's our team. That's a link if you're interested in making a donation towards Cystic Fibrosis Canada.
Yeah.
That's one way you could do it.
For sure, and we'll get those links put up in the comments one way or another, so people can just kind of click on them and see.
Sure.
It's that was a great lead in, because I was just going to ask you about the event. Last year, I made this determination that every year on my birthday I have this big party where a bunch of musician friends and I get together and we just jam and have a good time. And then the year before last, it suddenly struck me that's incredibly narcissistic of me, and I should really be putting all of these people's energy towards something positive. So last year we started what was supposed to be the first annual my own kind of CF charity event, and the first one went fantastic. We raised just over $5,000 on the first year, which is nowhere near what the walk does, but it was kind of impressive. And the next one was supposed to be
very impressive for a one night fundraiser.
Yeah, well, thank you. It shocked us, to be honest. We were expecting to make maybe $50. But then the next one was supposed to be this weekend, and obviously we can't. There's no place that's open. There's no place to hold it. And I was wondering how this was going to affect things like the walk, which I participate in every year as well. And it's an event
we've always enjoyed your music.
Oh, thank you. And it's it's an event that I look forward to, and it certainly is one that's close to my heart. So I'm glad to hear that there's still a way that people can participate, because part of the problem with CF, and when I was talking with Mr. Jeff Burrows the other day, part of the problem with the Canadian Mental Health Association that he does a lot of work for, or charitable work for, is that the visibility of these programs and these diseases is very low. Not to take anything away from cancer or multiple sclerosis or heart and stroke or diabetes, but everybody knows what they are. And so when the call goes out for research funding or therapy funding, people immediately don't question what it is and why am I doing this and where's my money actually going. They just give it away. So I think that the more things that we can do to bring, kind of low visibility, genetic, non-curable at this point diseases into the forefront, so that we can say, hey, these folks are suffering. There's nothing that we can do about it. The money that we're asking you for is going 100% towards funding and research, towards funding the research needed to either make life more bearable while we can, or toward finding a way to, eradicate it altogether. So that's why I think it was super important that I wanted to talk to you to not only get the relationship between what's currently happening and what our kids fight with every day, but also just to kind of raise the visibility a little bit and see, that if we can kind of bring it up on that totem pole. And it sounds so silly. It sounds so silly that we're trying to, we're jockeying for position in terms of which disease is worse than the next. And it's not necessarily that anyone is worse than the next. It's why can't we just kind of get them all, I guess.
Yeah, and that's why that rare disease strategy is really needs to be done. And I know that there was a few $1 billion put towards developing that. I'm not sure why they needed that much money to do it, but that was in the fall that was announced, and then the COVID-19 hit, and in fact Christine Elliott, our Ontario Minister of Health, was asked point blank about the CF modulators that have not yet been approved in Canada at the they're doing the news conferences every day, and just 2 days ago she was asked about that, and she did not give a very, very empathetic answer, just sort of pushed it to the side and said, we need to deal with this first. And it's like, okay, what are we, chopped liver?
It is.
It's unfortunate that she did that, because she was the minister, not the Minister of Health, but when the Liberal government was in power, she was like in the opposition, and she was the health critic. And she fought to get that first modulator approved.
Yeah.
And now there's these three other ones that are way better. In fact, the fourth one the last one that's been developed is just, people cannot believe how well it's doing it. And I liken it to insulin for diabetics. When insulin was discovered, this Trikafta, within the first day, people notice a difference.
That's amazing. Yeah. And I think the thing is that, unfortunately, especially during the times that we live in, the things that we are kind of hopeful for being a conversation piece are going to be grossly overshadowed by the fact that, people still don't understand what is currently happening. And unfortunately, all of the focus right now is going to go to trying to answer the questions that, frankly, people don't have answers for. But what I think is going to be positive coming out of this is that we see how grossly unprepared we are for any kind of big medical emergency like this. And it may put people with medical disabilities maybe a little bit more on the forefront. People will be a little more empathetic or sympathetic to people that live like this every day. So I'm hoping that once the hubbub goes down, and once we have a concrete plan for how we're going to deal with the current pandemic, because I certainly get why that would be the forefront on everybody's mind. And it's extremely frustrating for the rest of us who have all these other cases or issues that we want answers for. But I think we need to give them a little bit of leeway in terms of, let's get the current panic mode taken care of, but absolutely we need to kind of hold these people to task, especially if it was the case where she was the critic that was lobbying to get these things in the first place. Well,
the PNPRB, which is the one that's, I don't even know what it stands for, but it's one of the federal organizations, branches of the government, and they have this new policy that was going to come into effect June 1st, which was going to be a limiting policy for rare diseases. Now they pushed that to July 1st now. Hopefully that'll be enough.
Yeah.
And this petition, like you said, is wonderful. It's an official petition. It's not just a change.org petition. It's a House of Commons official petition. So it will be introduced to the House of Commons. I think it's you have till May 22nd or something to vote, not vote, but sign it.
Yeah, sign. Yeah.
And anybody, there's no age limit for it, and it's not one per household either. It's one per person.
Well, we're going to make sure that we get that put into the comments so people can check it out and sign it if they feel that that's something they want to participate in, which I strongly urge that everybody does, of course.
For sure. For sure.
I want to kind of turn it around, just something personally for you guys, without delving too deeply into personal lives or anything like that. But it's the question I've been kind of asking everyone that we've been chatting with, and that is, what of the life of normalcy? And again, for folks like us, the life of normalcy is a little different than most, but in the days where we could move about unfettered and we weren't restricted and things like that, what's the one thing that you miss the most?
Well, we're both retired, and so we're used to being with each other, but it's not being able to physically see and hug our kids and grandchildren. We have 4 young grandchildren, and only the 7-year-old really you can video conference with her. She gets that, but the 4-year-olds, they're just dealing with this not that well, and the 1-year-old he has fun, but just not being able to be with them physically.
Yeah.
Having our Sunday suppers, and that's the biggest thing.
Absolutely. And that's been pretty much the number one answer from folks, is that, usually it's missing out on the family visits and the family dinners that's really difficult for them. And I think, that's the most common answer. So I think we're all in that boat. On
sure.
On the flip side of that, though, if we get a little introspective and we realize that now we've been given all this time to be with ourselves and or with our very close families and be kind of forced to spend all of this time together, has there been anything that you, to your surprise, or as a family to your surprise, that you found kind of comforting or joyful about this kind of forced reclusion?
As I said, we're both retired, so we're used to being with each other every day. Um, I find that people in our situation are contacting each other more. So whereas a friend that you may have, talked to, once a month or not even that, and you may, make contact with them now. People, stepping up to the plate to see if you need anything. Right now, I've made almost 150 masks for people. And so I've been doing that, and although that won't continue after, but who knows? People might start to want to wear masks more
Sure.
often. People helping each other has been good.
All right. Good answer.
Mm.
Good answer. Um, I want to first again. I want to thank you so much for being willing to be a part of the conversation. And it's very nice to see both you and briefly Mark again, even if just virtually. But I want to leave the conversation with, we're all aware of the regulations, we're all aware of the rules and what we're supposed to be doing. But I just, from your personal social barometer or your opinion, what do you think people should be doing or shouldn't be doing, or is there something that we could be doing better?
In our situation, everyone that we know, mostly, I should say, are following the protocols very well. I do know of people that are getting together with other family members, and that does bother me because of the fact that things will only get better if we follow these protocols. And when people say, oh, well, we don't need to do this stuff because nothing's happening. Well, that's the point. The point is nothing's happening because we are following protocols. And that's very frustrating for me.
Yeah.
And sometimes I've had to unfollow people on Facebook because of that.
We've all unfortunately, I think tempers are our skins are a little thinner, and tempers are a little easier to fire. And somebody pointed out to me the other day this term called the friendectomy that's happening on Facebook, which is the surgical procedure of removing yourself from the friends list of somebody that, and
Yeah.
I get it. It's an argumentative time, and again it boils down to how people individually feel about the situation, and what most people fail to realize is that it's not about them. It's about who you potentially can pass it on to.
For sure.
The analogy that I like to use is it's think of it like a ball of glitter. And if you have a grandchild or whatever,
I taught grade 1.
there you go. So
the classroom after Christmas for months had glitter all over the place.
That's right. So if you think about it, if a child drops some glitter on the floor and you come over and pick it up, well, now the glitter's on your hands, and you pat the child on the head, now the glitter's on their head, and you go to the fridge and you open the handle and the glitter's on the handle. And this is exactly how communicable diseases work. And we need to really make sure that we are being vigilant. And yes, you may not get sick, and that's bully for you, and that's awesome. It doesn't help the people, especially the people with immunocompromised physiologies, that you may pass this on to. So think of it in terms of do your part by finally being able to just stay at home. That's it's
exactly.
It's not the end of the world.
And it's really not that hard.
Exactly.
I find, people are doing things in their households that they wouldn't be doing otherwise, and finding time to do a lot of things that they wouldn't be doing otherwise.
And it's absolutely the best time in history to have to be confined to your house with
Yes,
you know,
we are so fortunate for the technology that we have.
that's right. We have
For sure.
Netflix and FaceTime and YouTube
wow.
and Facebook and, you know, all of these opportunities to better ourselves, learn, make ourselves more informed, keep in touch with people on an unprecedented scale than we ever have before. So realistically, if you can't go get your hair cut, I'm sorry, but I just don't feel badly for you. That's you know, there's a go buy a Flowbee. I'm sure you can find one on eBay somewhere and experiment with that.
Yeah.
Cut your own hair.
Don't get your dog's hair cut.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, like your dog can have long hair.
Exactly. We're upon the age of the long-haired hippie freak dogs is upon us. Anyway.
Oh yeah, there's going to be a bunch of afros in this household, I think.
Okay, that we need
to get the curls.
that we need some pictorial evidence for. Anyway.
Yeah, I hope that we do that. Yeah.
Amory, I want to thank you so much for being a part of this, and you know, again, having the courage to talk about things that, you know, especially when it's something that's close to us, is often difficult to talk about. But I know that you've been an amazing advocate for fundraising toward research and a cure for this for so many years. And I just want to personally commend, you know, both you and Mark and everything that you guys do in helping bring some visibility to this.
Thank you. And you know what? Thank you for having me. And I always enjoy talking with you, Chris.
Oh, thank you so much. Well, until we talk again, then be safe. And we will, I'm going to put on another video here. And then while I'm doing that, I'm going to see if I can find those links and drop them in the comments. And
what I could do is I could just message them to you.
That's even better.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Easy enough.
All right.
Yeah.
Sounds good, my friend.
Okay, thanks a lot, Chris, and you take care, stay safe, and
we'll see each other soon.
Hopefully.
All right.
Yeah, for sure.
Take care, Mary.
Yeah.
Bye-bye. Well, there you go. A lovely conversation with a lovely person. Both her and Mark have been so instrumental in helping raise the visibility of frankly, something that is relatively unknown still to a lot of folks, and it's frustrating on our side when we struggle with it every day as a family, and we see things, you know, that are progressing in other countries that for some reason we just can't get on board with here in Canada yet. So we're going to see if we can get these links posted up in the comments, and if it's something that you feel so inclined, please feel free to sign the petition so that we can get some of these treatment programs into effect, or research them a little more fully. In the meantime, I want to play something by my friends, the 519 Band. This is called Tin Pan Alley, and then we'll be back with your requests. So pop them in the comments. Anything you want to hear, I'm going to try to play it for you. It's worked out sort of well so far. We'll see you in a couple minutes. Well, there we had some fun from our friends in the 519 band, Tin Pan Alley. Man, that kid can play guitar, right? Amazing. All right, well, I see no requests, so that means I get to play whatever I want. Blah, blah, blah. We'll get there. We'll get there. I did put in that link, and I think I kind of spammed the channel. Sorry about that. That was my bad. In case anyone was wondering who was doing that, that was all me. Hey, Tech 2674. Oh, we got some requests. River Lady, U2, an original. Any more Everly Brothers? Oh, wow. We'll get to that right after this.
Come up to meet you, tell you I'm sorry. Don't know how lovely you are. I had to find you, tell you I need you, tell you I set you apart. Tell me your secrets, ask me your questions. Oh, let's go back to the start. Running in circles, coming in tails, heads are a science apart. Nobody said it was easy. Oh, it's such a shame for us to part. Nobody said it was easy. No one ever said it would be this hard. Take me back to the start. I was just guessing in numbers and figures, pulling the puzzles apart. Questions of science, science and progress do not speak as loud as my heart. So tell me you love me, come back and haunt me. Oh, when I rush to the start, running in circles, chasing our tails, coming back as we are. Nobody said it was easy. Oh, it's such a shame for us to part. Nobody said it was easy. No one ever said it would be this hard. Going back to the start.
Ah, the Finata at the end. Mr. Mark Chichkin in the house. Hello, sir. Oh, boy. Well, look at now we have a plethora of. Jefe, do you know what a plethora is? Yes, it's the number of requests that have been added to the chat. All right. Well, let's start at the beginning, shall we? A very good place to start. When you read, you begin with ABC. But when you take requests, you begin with U2. See what I did there? I'm so clever. You say you want diamonds and a ring of gold, and you say you want your story to remain untold, but all the promises we made from the cradle to the grave, when all I want is you. You say you'll give me a highway with no one on it, a treasure just to look upon it, all the riches in the night. And you say you'll give me eyes in a moon of blindness, a river in a time of dryness, and a harbor in the tempest, but all the promises we made from the cradle to the grave, when all I want is you. You say you want your love to work out right, to last with me through the night. And you say you want diamonds and a ring of gold, your story to remain untold, and your love not to grow cold, but all the promises we made from the cradle to the grave, when all I want is you. The only trouble is, gee whiz, I'm dreaming my life away. I need you so that I could die. I love you so. And that is why whenever I want you, all I have to do is dream. Dream, 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 dream. Well, I can make you mine, taste your lips of wine, anytime, night or day. The only trouble is, gee whiz, I'm dreaming my life away. I need you so that I could die. I love you so. And that is why whenever I want you, all I have to do is dream. Dream, 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 dream. Dream, 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 dream. Dream, dream, dream. The show is over, close the storybook. There will be no encore. All the random hands that I have shook, will they reaching for the door? Watch their backs as they leave single file. You stood stubborn, chewing all the while, and I know I can be colorful. I know I can be great. I know this loser's living fortunate, 'cause I know you will love me either way. Most will be good for goodness sake, but you would not pantomime. You are more beautiful when you awake than most are in a lifetime. Look ahead as far as we can see. Well, you stayed for drama when you paid for a comedy. I know I can be colorful. I know I can be great. I know this loser's living fortunate, 'cause I know you will love me. 'Cause I know you will love me. I know you will love me anyway. See the summit, but you can't reach it. The last piece of the puzzle, but you just can't make it fit. Doctor says you're cured, but you still feel the pain. Aspirations in the clouds, but your hopes go down the drain. And you want her, and she wants you. We want everyone. Well, we had a little bit of a long medley there. Realized that I thought I only needed the tablet for the words to dream, and then realized that, oh, I forget how the middle part goes. Then I looked down and realized that the song is in C and I'm playing it in G, and hilarity ensued, I'm sure, on the other side of that. So thank you guys for bearing with that a little bit of nonsense. Oh, wow. All right. Well, that took care of the U2. It also took care of the Everly Brothers, and it took care of a couple other things in between, colorful and a really horrible version of one verse and a half a chorus from No One Is to Blame, since it was in the wrong key. And again, I'm doing things off the fly, and the old melon isn't quite as ripe as I'd like it to be, I guess. But we are coming up on our next guest, and that will give me some time to prepare for the next request, which is an oldie but a goodie, and one that I'm actually really looking forward to playing. And thank you to Corey for reminding me what an amazing tune this is. So I'm going to get that all set up. So when we come back out from talking with our next guest, we will be ready to go. Let me just see if I can get him on the line here. Well, so far everything's been working relatively well. I'm shocked. I'm shocked after my 6.5 hour freak out session. Well, maybe more like 5.5 hour freak out section. There we go. Well, I've got our next guest on the line. I just don't have him live yet because I'm going to switch him away from the empty room cam into the view of my face, which some may argue is less than acceptable way of doing things. But he'll be nice enough not to say anything too off color about it, I'm sure. My next guest is the man behind Pretty in the Algorithm, and a fantastic photographer who I've had the pleasure of being a subject for on more than one occasion. And he's also helped me immeasurably, I should say, with the very first cystic fibrosis fundraiser we had by filming an interview that I did with my daughter and explaining a little bit about it. So please welcome my very good friend, Mr. Syx Langemann. Sir, how are you?
Cheers. I'm very well. Can you hear me?
I certainly can. You are loud and proud, sir.
Awesome. Then I will accept the collect call from the Windsor Penitentiary from Christopher Marantat.
We'll be right back. We're going to go to a commercial break right now. Well, so
how are you doing?
I'm very well, my friend. And let me ask the most important question before we get rolling too much into this, and that is, how is everybody at your place? Everybody happy and healthy and okay?
Happy, healthy. Yeah, we're probably soon on to round 2 of fort building. We've got to do some pretty crazy things around the house right now. How's everything with you and with Zoe?
Thank you so much for asking. That's great. I'm doing very well. Zoe's doing very well. She's been in even longer than the rest of us, been in a period of forced isolation. So she's been even more isolated than the rest of us. Basically, she's like we call her the Zoe Geist because she's like a spirit that every once in a while in the middle of the night you'll hear a door open and you'll hear like a foot going down the stairs, then feet coming back and the door closing, and food will mysteriously disappear from the refrigerator and dishes will mysteriously pile up in the sink. And so we haven't seen as much of her as we'd like to, but we understand that as difficult as it is for the rest of us to be isolated, it's probably even worse for her that she can't be around hardly anyone at all. So
yeah.
But apart from that, everybody else here is well. There is a cold going around, I've been informed. So, I mean, I can't wait for that. That should be super fun.
Well, yeah, I'm coming up on allergy season, so
fantastic.
It's also gonna make it that like, wow, I'm feeling hot, I'm sneezy, my throat is itchy.
It's the COVID.
Yeah, I got the COVID. Yeah, it's gonna suck. But
yeah.
It's sucking for a lot of people right now. There's a lot of things going on, and I'm honestly, I've been working from home. I mean, similar. You've got a pretty, kind of home built studio most of the time. You're able to fill your time. Most of the time, we got creative projects that are sitting on the back burner.
Yeah.
Sometimes looming, and feeling heavy. And oddly enough, it's been a time where I've been able to kind of catch up with a little bit of that.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I kind of want to talk to you a little bit about the photography projects, but also the pretty and the algorithm things, because one of the things that you were doing was going around to all kinds of folks within the community, and having interviews with them and so on and so forth. Sorry, my back door just mysteriously opened, and I was
it's the Zoe Geist.
Yeah, right. That never happens, so I was kind of freaked out a little bit. Anyway, I want to talk to you about the pretty and the algorithm stuff, because part of what you were doing were these amazing video interviews, and I'm assuming that you had some of these projects were kind of far in the future. And how has this current kind of isolation thing put a monkey wrench in those plans?
It's a really big fucking monkey wrench.
Yes, it is.
I honestly don't know how to, myself and Justice were working pretty hard on doing stuff with a bunch of people around here, and we kind of took a break. I guess it was September. We took a break from it, and we concentrated a little bit on taking another deep breath before we kind of hit it hard. And at that point in time, we pitched out this series to a few media agencies, honestly, and that left us a little bit of time. So we had planned to go into a production mode again. April 20th. April 21st, we were going to start for another 10 to 12 days to produce another 6 longer episodes. So they were generally about 3 to 5 minute produced episodes, and we were talking to people around the area. The show is called Instrumental, so we were discussing the relationship between artists and the tool that defines them, and then we use that term kind of artist and tool a little bit loosely. So we did talk to bands, we talked to visual artists, we talked to Tiki Ted about a sushi knife. We've talked to Michael Baudouin about some yeast and making beer at Chapter 2. So, we've talked to a few different people. I got my face kind of punched in by Janine Garside when we talked about her and her it's the world heavyweight, world lightweight champion boxing.
Okay.
And so we've talked to a few people. The first season, I guess, was 12 episodes, and this one will be 6 episodes, but just a little bit longer. I guess it's just given us time to plan more. I mean, to really be honest, it gives you a little bit more time to be prepared. We were jumping into this next 6 episodes, starting to run in 4K and run with a whole new series of cameras.
Right.
That is a little bit of an uphill climb all the time, as soon as it's new gear and new equipment. But yeah, it's put a monkey wrench into that, but it's allowed us a little bit of time to take take more of an inventory and try and plan things a little bit more professionally, I guess, maybe.
Yeah. I kind of think about it this way, the crash that happened to me last night, where I lost everything and had to start over from scratch in terms of building this template up. It gave me the opportunity of some unwanted time on my hands, but I came now from a place of knowledge and a place of, I had some new ideas about how I wanted to make the software work and so on and so forth. So sometimes that forced rediscovery or forced time to rethink the project kind of works in your favor, I think.
Absolutely. It really is. It's forced, but it's welcome. And sometimes you never know where it's going to come from.
Yeah.
But yeah, there was definitely a little bit of adjustment that went with it.
Now, is there, with the prevalence of we're seeing right now, especially in my circle in terms of performers and artists, we're starting to see a lot of people that are, kind of embracing this streaming market a lot more, and the online market some more. Do you think that opens up windows to you as this becomes more mainstream, that perhaps you could be producing some of these segments virtually?
There's been talk of it. We did a little offshoot series called Breakfast with the Band. And Justice and I were meeting bands that were traveling into Windsor, and we were going out to restaurants, sometimes places that weren't open. It started out in my kitchen, honestly, so right over my shoulder is where most of this started out. And we talked about this is the perfect time to have breakfast with the band because you could have a nice little group meeting. Everybody can be hanging out, and we can literally talk music. It was the same thing we were doing, but it was just hard because we had to wait for the bands to come here, and now we'd be able to reach it out to bands and do it that way. So it's always more, I think, I think the instrumental series had always more of a sense of production with it, and some of the things like the Breakfast with the Band offers us a lot more opportunity to do things like that. Justice has put together recently a pitch with, I guess CBC was looking for mini documentaries underneath 40 minutes that kind of dealt with the COVID. So she's put out a pitch that deals with kind of video gaming and how quarantine life and video gaming and online gaming has kind of, it's changed online gaming and it keeps people a little bit socially connected. So that's keeping us kind of, I think, a little bit on that edge of maybe being able to utilize this technology a little bit when we're doing that documentary, because it has to be done in a short amount of time.
Sure.
And it also has to it's within the confinement of all the guidelines that are set out for this. So if we can't meet people, but it still has to be produced within 3 months, then how do you go about doing that?
Sure.
So I've also taken an offshoot, and maybe if you were checking, but on some of my Instagram stuff, you like how I've got this extra screen set up because I've been doing this a little bit now.
Yeah, I like that. That's fantastic.
So if you check out my stories today, I've been doing some conversations with photographers called Shifting Perspectives, where in a similar way, you're taking OBS and you're wrestling it, right?
Yes. Very much
and
so.
You introduced us to Switcher a long time ago. So again, hats off and thank you very much, because that was really a little bit of the foundation of how we started out as a business as well.
Oh, cool.
And how we started out creatively. So it's within this kind of neat little community that you see some of these sparks that might be the future.
Yep.
And my discussions with photographers talks about shifting perspectives and how their career has shifted in ways that they didn't expect. So either they got a job, or they got this, or their technology changes. And in this case, now we're kind of talking about this. So how does this change the way that we're going to do things? I don't know.
Yeah.
I do know that we have the ability to do a lot of interesting things now. So
well, let's talk a little bit about that. I mean, because when I went to school for media arts and communication, and I went through film, radio, and television production, it included a photography component, and when I was doing all this, things like doing this real-time video compositing and switching was, a room the size of this entire studio that had, probably $500,000 worth of ginormous audio and video racks that were dedicated to this process, and now I'm doing it on my iMac. And yeah, let's talk a little bit about how has the technology for you kind of made it a little more accessible, perhaps, in the sense that if you do need to produce a program, the iPhone camera is pretty decent camera, and now you've got this ability to do multiple wireless camera shots, controlled via an iPad. Like, the technology to me kind of blows my mind, and I think that you will definitely come at it from a little bit of a different perspective, because the gear that you use is obviously way more professional than an iPhone camera.
Well, let's just roll this right back.
Okay.
So in 2005 or 6, I was working at Vancouver Photo Workshops, and we had photographers that were coming in and giving workshops. And I think around 2010, we got into Ustream. Do you remember what Ustream was?
I have a vague recollection of it.
So Ustream was a platform where, again, you could do these conversations with multiple cameras, and you could send them out to platforms at that point in time, it was Facebook. It didn't necessarily go live, but it would save it and it would send it out. And at Vancouver Photo Workshops, we were also teaching what we called mobileography. And the larger iPhones or better cameras were just coming out on those phones, and we were producing prints that were 2 foot by 3 foot, and this was back then, and we were using our cameras that were on our phones back then with Ustream. So I think it's kind of caught up in the sense that now things are really easily in your pocket, and with the hoops that you had to jump through to kind of make those things happen with those earlier platforms, I mean, now it's really simple. It's great that it's accessible. I like that pretty much anybody can broadcast themselves. I think that it's also kind of like the introduction of maybe VHS into film. You know, there was this whole thought that, oh, it's just going to go to shit. And you're like, well, no, there's still great production value out there. There's still some people that are really trying to figure out how to kind of crack this thing and how to make it a little bit different. So you're going to see people that grab onto this. And I was, a big fan of even the online teaching with Creative Live, creativelive.com, and a guy named Chase Jarvis, who started online streaming learning and like chat room questions. And this was in 2014 and 15.
Right.
So I think that some of these platforms are pretty awesome. It's just more accessible now.
I agree, and that also begs the question. I'm glad you said that, because it leads fantastically. It's almost like we scripted this. This is great.
Hang on, I'll pull up our notes again.
Yeah, hide the notes. With the availability and accessibility of all this technology, in the sense that most of us now have some kind of mobile production studio in our back pocket, do we worry a little bit that the quality of what is going to be put out is going to suffer, in the sense of not necessarily the video quality, but there will be so much flotsam out there that weeding through all of this content to find something that's has real merit or real worth, and again, I guess it's art, so it's mainly subjective, but is it going to do to the videography industry what, say, desktop publishing did to the print industry?
I don't know. I've had some pretty interesting conversations with people. A friend of mine in Toronto who's worked with multinational huge corporations and helping them with branding and helping them connect with their audience. And with what Justice and I are doing separate from our creative stuff, we also do stuff for businesses like this too. And I think that some of this is going to kind of be brought into the business model a little bit more. But from what I'm understanding from them, it's going to become a lot more hyper-localized. People are really interested in their community surviving, their family surviving, their neighborhood surviving. And I think that now, with the accessibility of this being in their pocket, this allows the opportunity for those things to happen on a local scale, but a large enough scale that maybe this stuff that we're in will be, a kind of great learning experience that we can move forward with. I don't know. That's all speculation too.
Of course, yeah. I mean, well, it's a speculative conversation, absolutely. But I think it's.
But I'll tell you, I tuned in on Friday night to watch Post Malone cover Nirvana, and that was fucking awesome. So if there's more Friday night concerts like that, and more of this stuff, and more local people online that are doing, that are, this is stuff that Justice and I were doing before, with, like, let's say, Chris Holt's re-election campaign, and some of the stuff for the provincial. We were broadcasting some of these debates live. We were putting out Chris Holt stuff weekly. This was all stuff that was done in iPhones, or let's just say mobile phones, because it doesn't have to be, company specific. It can be turned around really quick, and that's the great thing about it. So you can utilize this technology at a whole like political platform. You could utilize it at a community level, trying to better the businesses. You can utilize it at a creative level with those bands that are doing they're doing online concerts, or even as local as like things like our art lab that are trying to do lessons online, or try and figure out how to produce more stuff online. That might have been part of the business model a little bit before, but this has pushed them into the deep end.
For sure. We've seen now that the iHeartRadio concert, living room concert across America just happened. There was a similar one for Canadian artists that just happened, and what we're starting to see is this really low production value reduction of the superstar to the common man. I mean, essentially right now, my production value is higher than Billy Joe Armstrong's was when he did his living room concert, right? So it's sort of equalizing the playing field a little bit now. But do you also see that perhaps coming out of this, people are going to want to maybe see less of an overproduced kind of program where you've got like amazing lower thirds and bugs and video animations and crawling tickers and all this kind of stuff? Are we going to want to see something that's more grassroots, or has the grassroots presentation style maybe, is that something that's going to become more prevalent?
I think that the top comes down and the bottom comes up. I don't really think there's going to be a whole lot of budget to be doing the productions that they were doing before. And when companies realize that this stuff can be done, and it can take 2 people in a room, it could take 3 people, and we could, you and I know right now with the technology, I could produce a lower thirds, I can get this monitor going. There's a lot of, this is rudimentary technology. I could sit here and talk about my stuff, and it's right on my screen.
Yeah.
You can get a lower thirds going. The technology is really there. So the bottom has kind of come up, and the top in a way has kind of come down. And I think that people are going to want to have a little bit more of an authentic engagement with the people that they're interested in.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's going to help people weed through the noise that's out there. Because right now, Taryn, my wife, and I know there's a lot of other people out there, there's a guy named Mike Dowdy, musician from Chicago, used to play in a band called Soul Coughing, and he often does live stuff just as much as like Billy Rafool. But they're on the top of my Instagram feed, and I watch them.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of stuff, but I'm filtering through already all that stuff to watch the grassroots produce stuff that I want to watch. And the fact is I have a little bit more time to watch it, and probably a little bit more interest to watch it now. I can put my time where I really want to.
Fair enough.
And
yeah.
Not that 15 minutes of the day where I that's all I have to watch something. So I think that's what's happening. I don't know what it means for things later, but
yeah, I think we're seeing a really interesting shift in the way that this technology and especially the accessibility of it is going to change the way that we think about production. It's funny. I saw on Facebook the other day there was a Conan. I think it was Conan. Yeah, it was Conan O'Brien said, "Oh, check out here how my team produces my TV show from home." And I'm like, dude, that's adorable. I self-produce this 5-hour show every day with one
I know,
guy.
Dude, you know what? Like I had 3 cameras earlier. My daughters are running down. I have like an extra screen. So like, yeah, you're the third one. So creatively in my day, I don't really know if you want to get into this or not, but I'm forcing it upon you right now.
Let's do it.
I also photographed for the Drive magazine, and I just did my second virtual photo shoot, which will hopefully kind of end up being the Drive's cover digitally this month. Essentially all the print has moved straight to digital, and their whole business model has shifted. There's really no advertising dollar for them, so I'm really trying something creative. So this is the second phone call. Literally having the partner of the person I'm photographing holding the camera phone
Yeah.
while they have another phone FaceTiming me so I can see what they're doing
Yeah.
and telling them how to frame it and how to shoot it. And then I had another hour and a half long phone call with my friend Puya doing that stuff for shifting perspectives. So, you know, this technology has really been awesome, and it's connected a lot of people that I actually even haven't talked to in a long time.
Yeah.
And it's allowed me to do things that I never thought I was able to do before. You know, I mean, essentially having a voice activated light stand or tripod running around and clicking for you. You know, that's where we are right now. There's just a lot of kind of try and create, just try.
We live in the future.
You know?
That's how I want to say it. We live in the future, and it's awesome. I want to ask you this one question because I just think so. You mentioned your wife Taryn, and your name is Syx. Is there like some kind of dating service where people with ultra cool names get together? Is that like how does that work?
Yeah, it used to be called BME.com. That's BME or BMEzine.com. Also known as bodymodificationezine.com. It wasn't a dating website, but it was for stupid tattooed modified people with bad nicknames.
Anyway, I think
Taryn is her real name.
Yeah, I just think it's funny that you know all these people with amazingly awesome names get together as if it was written in a script. It's great. I kind of want to turn this into turn this around on you a little bit personally. You know, a lot of people are struggling with you know, all this extra time that they find that they have on their hands. You know, because we're being forced to be rather isolationist. And especially, you know, folks with kids are kind of maybe trying to figure out a way that they can kind of occupy the kids' time and not having to go cabin crazy. You mentioned building forts. What else are you guys doing as a family maybe to kind of pass the time? And do you have anything that you might be able to offer somebody to say, hey, apart from putting the kids in the freezer, you might want to try this?
Yes. I'm really trying to keep up with EdSP and the online teaching. So with the girls in public school, they have kind of a regimented, well, I guess a few lessons a week that they have to produce. So we have a chalkboard kind of day timer, hour by hour of what's kind of got to go on. And there's about 2 hours of academic time within the day, which is what they're asking us to do with the kids. And we really try and kind of stick by that. Some of their stuff is, you know, with Hannah, it's right now fractions and trying to figure out whole numbers. I can't figure out this new math shit, but
nobody can.
But having her come down and at least figure out how to work out a recipe for when we're making bread has been helping out. Harmony is literally using I think it's an app called UScan. It allows you to play guitar and ukulele and learn from it. So she's doing a little bit of that, but we've looked into Utune, which is over here on Ottawa Street. Also possibly looking into online lessons. We keep her on that. If you really want to laugh your ass off, you can go back to my Facebook post from Friday or Saturday, and you can see me skateboarding with the girls. And you know, 46 years old, tried to do an ollie on a curb, and you know, I bit it pretty bad, but
nice.
I'm all right.
Look, the beard protected you. That's what I'm going to chalk it up to then.
It was early in the day. Whiskey early in the day, beer later.
All right. No, not beer.
This is
not
water.
beer. Not beer.
Beard.
Beard. The beard protected you. Yes.
No.
Yeah. Yeah. It could be water, or it could be something else. I always want to go back to those late night talk shows where they have the mug of coffee, and I'm like, that's not coffee. I know. Come on.
Yeah.
What is it from the life of a few weeks ago when we could kind of move about unfettered and we didn't have any of these restrictions that we have right now? What's the thing that you miss the most about that?
I guess it's the assumption that you do have that freedom. I don't know. I think that's kind of what I miss the most. I miss my parents. I miss my grandma. You know, we have to go through some cancer treatment with my mom, and she has to go into the hospital tomorrow. So these are, you know, real things that we kind of you know, couple months ago, it really wasn't as big of a deal as it is now.
Sure.
And these things are now extremely stressful. So yeah. So, you know, if we really want to talk about the mega hospital for another 45 minutes, I can give you 20 fucking reasons. But yeah, it just kind of sucks because the decision is, you know, whether my mother has to travel to London or whether she can actually get help in Leamington, which is where I'm from, or even having to come into Windsor. But Windsor wasn't even an option when she was talking with her cancer treatment out of London. It's shit like that is stressful, and you know, this should be the same stressful stuff when all this stuff is done. That is the top part of your day. That's the top of your pyramid. That should be the hierarchy of your care and your importance.
Yeah.
If it's seeing your parents, your family, your friends.
Agreed. 100%.
That's the important thing, right?
Absolutely. And that's, you know, that's been the number one common answer that people say. The thing that they miss the most is that actual physical human interaction with the people that they are closest to. And, you know, part of the reason why I wanted to start having these chats with folks is that to kind of at least maintain a virtual human connection where I can, you know, I can see you laugh, or I can see you smile, or I can read the concern on your face and still be able to, you know, have that empathy and sympathy that drives us forward as a species, right? And brings us together. So yeah, I'm not surprised at all that would be the thing that you miss the most, because it seems to be the thread of commonality.
Yeah.
The other flips.
I've had other photographers ask me about, you know, whether it's like the shooting and stuff like that, and like the work kind of takes a back burner. If you look at like some of my stuff, I produce stuff by, you know, photographing through a crystal ball or taking pictures of the corner of my house. Like, there's simple ways of being creative within a 12-foot radius. You can, but that's not the stuff I miss. It is family. I miss creating, but I'll figure out a way to do that. It is spending time with people.
You know, it brings an interesting question to mind for me now, because I've talked to a bunch of musicians about this, but in a sense, creativity is creativity. It doesn't matter whether you're a musician or a sculptor or an author or a photographer or a painter or a dancer or whatever. I'll stop listing artistic professions now, but oftentimes I find that, you know, artists are very emotionally driven people, and we tend to allow the influences of our exteriors to kind of shape the way that we create, in the sense that, you know, if we're under undue amount of stress, sometimes that will kind of weed its way into our work. I'm curious if, you know, during times like this, when we're living under stress or panic or fear or apprehension, do you find that finds its way into the things that you create, or do you use that creation to create a shield of kind of positivity and push these things away?
Well, this is a very good question, and it is something that Justice and I have talked a little bit about with Pretty in the Algorithm, when we were talking a little bit about talking with musicians and talking with artists. There's a certain resilience or creativity or like binge and purge that Canadian artists, or maybe artists from colder climates, have to go through when you're locked inside already for 3 to 6 months out of the year in a cold room, and that's where you learn to play guitar, or that's where you learn your ballet steps, or, you know, that's where you're going to school most of the time. That's, you know, it's all through those winters. And then there's these summers. And I've often wondered if the way that we create through that binge and that purge, through being locked inside almost, you know, 6 months out of the year, affects the way that we create. Is like, how does it? And then does that also kind of reference or, you know, give people a little bit of the resilience now to deal with it? My wife's from Newfoundland. I mean, they got snowed under.
Yeah.
They get snowed under and can't fucking leave. And this is a common thing that happens in the winter. So there's a lot of music, there's a lot of camaraderie. Now, is that way that we create, and do we create inspired by those times of being locked in, or are we inspired by that time that we're let out, and that's we hone the skill, and we write the songs in the winter that are about the summer that we missed. I think it's always I think it's just great to have some periods where you're locked in the house
Sure.
a little bit, and
Yeah.
you have to think about your work.
I-
And if you're a student, it's like you do a lot of your work in the summer, and you kind of think about it, and you do your thought process during the school year. At least that's the way it worked when I was a photographer. And God, now that I moved to Ontario, you can only really photograph outside during the summer and the spring.
Yeah.
Maybe in the fall. In Vancouver, it was almost year round that I could do that. And here you really have to plan those things. So is that way that we are kind of just built as Canadians kind of helping us a little bit right now? And does this just kind of hone the skill for later?
Yeah. No, that's astute. And I kind of always thought about it this way, in the sense that, like, if I listen to a classical composition by Sibelius, let's say the Finlandia Overture, it immediately conjures up images of that land for me, foreboding, dark, cold, bleak, or if I listen to something South American, it's very much colorful and celebrationary and lively. So I just wonder if there are times where we allow these feelings of darkness to color our work that way, or if we use our work to kind of push that away. So it's interesting to ask other creative people how they view that. I think that's all.
I don't know, it's like, yeah, bands like Godspeed You Black Emperor, that kind of comes to mind. I think there's a few people that I think that I don't know, that kind of create in a way that really reflects their surroundings a whole lot. I'm reminded when you mentioned that by I can't even remember the name of the CD or the band, but I think the series was called Architectura, and it was composers that made music about architects or like buildings, and they were buildings in Japan. So it was like kind of creating these sounds and these soundscapes in the, based in the environment that you're in. But yeah, I don't know.
Fair enough.
I digress.
All good. Syx, I want to thank you so much for being willing to be a part of the conversation, and being willing to spend some time with us and talk about how things are going for you and your take on everything. As I said, you're constantly looking for ways that you can increase the conversation in the community, and for that you should be commended. And I thank you very much.
Thanks.
Do
you have anything coming up this year with Zoe again? I know last year we were doing that stuff.
Well, this weekend was supposed to be the next one, and it was the hardest decision I had to make to cancel it, or think about postponing it, and I think we're probably just going to end up pushing it off to next year. So, but I hope when the time I hope when the time comes, if you are still available, that we can kind of recreate what we did for the first one.
Happily.
Excellent.
I'm proud to be there. Thanks.
My friend, I thank you so much. I wish you and your brood health and happiness and safety. And I hope that we can actually get together soon and have a handshake and something that's not water in a mug together. And
our beards can entangle.
That's right. Quantum entanglement of the follicles will occur. Although I have to say, like, it's so damn impressive, and it's like this meager offering that I have before the beard gods is just, it just depresses
Blow
me.
dry and brush it, my friend. That's it. Just blow it out and brush it. Lots and lots.
All right, man. Thank you so much again. Cheers, and we'll talk soon. Well, there we have the wonderful and magnanimous and follically enhanced Syx Langemann. Just what an all around great guy. And Oh, I forgot to tell him. I'll send him a message when we play this next video to please put links to his work in the comments so you can check it out, because it's really arresting, visually arresting, and very, very good stuff. Anyway, I want to play something. We have a couple videos that were sent to us by people that have made some. I don't want to call them documentaries, but they're opinion pieces or visual expressions of what it's like to be here in this time. And there's a couple of them. The first one runs about 10 minutes long, so we're going to play it right now, and then we'll get back to some more music. I have an excellent request that was given to me by Mr. Corey McCrindle. But in the meantime, let's get this going here, and then there's another shorter one that we'll play a little bit later on in the program.
Look at all the fish. It's this little river on the bridge at Wyandotte.
All around me are familiar faces, worn out places, worn out faces, bright and early for the daily races, going nowhere, tears are filling up their glasses. No expression, no expression. Hide my head, I wanna drown my sorrows. No tomorrow, no tomorrow. And I find it kinda funny, I find it kinda sad. The dreams in which I'm dying are the best I've ever had. I find it hard to tell you, I find it hard to take. When people run in circles, it's a very, very mad world. Mad world. Children waiting for the day they feel good. Happy birthday, happy birthday. And to feel the way that every child should sit and listen, sit and listen. Went to school and I was very nervous. No one knew me, no one knew me. Hello teacher, tell me what's my lesson. Look right through me, look right through me. And I find it kinda funny, I find it kinda sad. The dreams in which I'm dying are the best I've ever had. Find it hard to tell you, I find it hard to take. People run in circles, it's a very, very mad world. Mad world. Enlarge your world. Mad world.
Well, there we had a produced piece by Candy Chauvin featuring her singing Mad World, a cover that we've done a couple of times on the program. That's all you need to do, folks. Make something up and send it over, and we'll be happy to play it for you. All right, let's see here. We had some requests that I want to get to that are kind of backlogged a little bit, starting with the first one from my friend Corey McCrindle up there in Kenora, Jocelyn's neighbor. And this is a tune that I don't know how many people know it, but I'm a huge Roger Whittaker fan. That's right, geek right here. And anyway, this is a great tune. Great tune. I don't care who you are or what kind of music you like. This tune is fantastic. Well, anyway, let's see if we can get a beat going here. That'll do. It's been a while since I've sung this song, so we'll see it. We'll see how well it goes over here. Oh, we have to pause. We have to pause for 1 second. Absolutely. I forgot the wood block. Thank you. How it was almost a complete loss. The day the river freezes is the day it won't seem fair, 'cause they'll come to get the river lady, and I don't think they'll care. I know they'll scrape her paint off in their same old foolish ways. Now the people see the river, but the old ship's gone away. The water turns cold and gets to freeze, and before you even know it, the old girl's easing away from her berth, around by the point and out of our view. Off in the mist, her engine pounding like on the banks, that old horn sounding a little goodbye, a little I'll do what I must do. Goodbye, little I'll do what I must do. I know I will remember when I cannot hear that horn that would roll up by the mountains as she took us through the storm. I know they've got to take her, but I can't say I approve, 'cause she's won so many battles that I hate to see her lose. Water turns cold and gets to freeze, and before you even know it, the old girl's easing away from her berth, round by the point and out of our view. The engine's pounding back on the banks, that old horn sounding a little goodbye, a little I'll do what I must do. A little goodbye, a little I'll do what I must do. Water turns cold and gets to freeze, and before you even know it, the old girl's easing away from her berth, round by and out of our view. Off in the mist, her engine's pounding like on the banks, that old horn sounding a little goodbye. I'll do what I must do. A little goodbye, a little I'll do what I must do. Water turns cold and gets to freeze, and before you even know it, the old girl's easing away from her berth, round by the point and out of our view. Off in the mist, her engine's pounding back on the banks, that old horn sounding a little goodbye, a little I'll do what I must do. A little goodbye, a little I'll do what I must do. A little goodbye, a little I'll do what I must do. A little goodbye, a little I'll do what I must do. the finata at the end. Awesome. Yes, Corey McCrindle and I recorded that song. Somewhere there's a recording of Corey and I singing that song, and Mr. Mark Bertrand playing the guitar. An old Roger Whittaker tune. I don't know if he wrote it or if it was a traditional tune that he just sort of kicked off. Mr. Kurt Scammell has a request, an Elton John tune, Madman Across the Water. I feel like I don't even want to attempt it. There's a version of it that James Keegan does on the guitar that's just so phenomenal. I'll try it. I don't know. Ever since I saw him do that version of it, I just want to put that one on because it's so good. It's so good. But let's see. Good night, Tina. The other thing is this tab that they have here, the way that they've transcribed it is just ridiculous. It's like all over the place. I don't know why they just can't do it in the order that the song goes. Instead of saying, oh, see this section down here. Now jump back up to this section because it's the same as this section in the middle, but take this part out. Why don't you just lay out the sections? I don't get it. I can see very well. There's a boat on the reef with a broken back, and I can see it very well. There's a joy, and I know it very well. It's one of those that I told you long ago. Take my word, I'm a madman, don't you know? Once a fool, had a good part in the play. If it's so, would I still be here today? It's quite peculiar in a funny sort of way. I think it's very funny, everything I say. Well, get a load of him, he's so insane. You better get your coat, dear. It looks like rain. Come again next Thursday afternoon. And let's hope they'll see you very soon. But is it in your conscience that you're after? Another glimpse of the madman across the water. And as we wind on down the road, our shadows taller than our souls. There walks a lady we all know, who shines bright light and wants to show how everything shall turns to gold. And if we listen very hard, the tune may come to us at last. When all is one and one is all, can see very well. There's a board on the reef with a broken back, and I can see it very well. There's a joy, and I know it very well. It's one of those that I told you long ago. Take my word, I'm a man, don't you know? The ground's a long way down, but I need more. Is the nightmare black or all the windows painted? Or will they come again next week? Can my mind really take it? Will come again next Thursday afternoon. The in-laws hope they'll see you very soon. But is it in your conscience that you're after? Another glimpse of the madman across the water. There we go. My attempt at Madman Across the Water. I hope that was satisfactory. We did a little bit of a little bit of Stairway to Heaven in the middle there. I couldn't help it. There was a run from A minor to F. What am I supposed to do? Not play that part from Stairway? Let's be reasonable, people. All right. Well, I'm going to get my next guest on the line as we are 1 minute over time. So not too bad. Certainly not like last night with poor Brittany. Oh my gosh. I felt so badly about that. Unfortunately, she's super cool about it, and that's awesome. I mean, it is a time right now generally of super coolness by everybody, I think. Well, let's see if we can get our next fella on the line here. And I'm just going to switch it away from the empty room cam so that he gets to, unfortunately, take a look at my mug. And we're going to bring him up right now. I've got him on, but I don't have him live yet. Oh, here we go. Mr. Brett Humber. Mr. Brett Humber. Are you there?
I'm here.
Hey, how are you, sir? Nice to see you.
Can you hear me all right?
I sure can, yes.
I can hear you as well.
I can hear myself echoing back a little bit.
I will pull this. Hold on.
All right, let's
go now.
Oh, now it's perfect. There we go. Oh, fantastic.
Perfect.
First, let me ask you the most important question that we're asking everybody, obviously, right away. Are you okay? Are folks around you okay? Everybody okay?
Yeah, they are very fortunate to not have any first case classes of anybody I know that's been ill. Everybody's been healthy and well, so that's a great sign locally.
Good, fantastic. I'm glad to hear it, and I'm so incredibly jealous of the setup that you're sitting in front of right now. I'm looking. I'm having a hard time focusing on you because I'm going back and forth between the different components there. Oh.
Yeah, I got a little home setup to keep me busy while I'm isolating and having some fun with some equipment that I don't get to always take out of the case often enough.
Wait a minute. So this is at your home? This isn't even at your studio?
Correct.
Well, now I'm doubly jealous. What is going on here? Well, let's talk.
Having fun and trying to take advantage of the time, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's talk a little bit about being the owner operator of a studio right now. I mean, obviously, it's a very social thing when you have to get people into a closed, recirculated air environment to do some tracking.
Absolutely.
How busy was your calendar, and then what did this end up doing to it, basically?
I was fortunate that I've been set up being busy the last few months, tracking and recording and capturing a lot of local music. So I've been in the recording process. We're doing all those fun things, getting people in, making great music. And I'd almost had my schedule set up that March was going to be a mixed month, so I was not necessarily needing the clients present as much. And it's kind of just worked out that way. I had some vacation time scheduled for March and April a little bit. So it kind of, when things started to slow down, I was already kind of set up to be in that mode of not
Right.
having clients come here and be with me. So first off, it wasn't, didn't impact me immediately, but I could see what it was going to do for the future as things progressed and as longer this got drawn out.
Yeah. Let's talk a little bit about the fact that you were fortunate enough in the sense that you can take these months when you do mixing, and for those of us who maybe are not familiar with how the studio process works, a lot of people think that the musicians show up, they go inside this closed door, somebody hits the lights, they hit record, the song comes out, everybody leaves, and there it's a gold record. But there's a lot more to that process. Can you kind of walk us through, like, the non-musicians, walk us through what generally as an overview happens when someone makes a record?
Yeah, great, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's a long, drawn out process, actually. Records sometimes take 2, 3, 4, 5 years to make. In the case of a Def Leppard Hysteria or some of the legendary records, they took forever. I mean, you can make records quickly, but for the most part, most records are going to take a couple months to really do pre-production, the actual recording process, and then the post-production of the whole record. So locally, I would usually meet with an artist, discuss the project, see what we want to do, what we're trying to achieve, what the goals are, kind of map that all out. Maybe some technical things that we work out, but basically it's just to get our heads in the same space. Then we do the meeting where the people see. They come in the studio, you put the microphones up, they sing along, they play their guitars. We try and inspire great performances. Once that's all captured, then some of the engineering work really begins, which is taking all of those performances, all those parts, all those sections, all those layers, all those sounds that you've created, and trying to get it to gel in some kind of cohesive format. Could it be just in a song, an album, a section, intros, outros, all those type of things. And that's a lot of time spent as well. So I don't need them usually here to do all that. Most of my clients are very fortunate I'm very fortunate that they trust me. So they walk away, I mix, I send them a mix, and then we talk about where we could take it from there. So that's kind of the process I'd been in for most of March and most of April. Was basically just taking the client's work and hunkered in my own little bunker and putting it through the paces and really putting it together for them to evaluate and see where we need to take it next.
That's pretty cool. And you have to admit, I think, even as people that work around this technology on a daily basis, it's pretty impressive that we live in an age right now where you can take these large audio files and simply move them from one location to the other and be set up and ready to mix and master, at the drop of, not the drop of a hat, but technically the drop of a hat compared to the old days.
Yes.
Now, you speak a little bit about the trust that gets placed in you by the musicians, and I think that's an extremely important thing to touch upon, in the sense that how much of your own personal taste or your own personal style gets injected into the mixing process, or are you able to operate from a place of what you believe the artist is going for, or is it a mix of both?
Yeah, I think it is a mix of both. I mean, every situation is so unique. Every piece of art is so unique. Every musician, every artist, every person is so unique. And finding those unique parts, and I think to put that into the music is great. And of course, some of that will be some of my uniqueness or some of my art. I try not to be too imposive when any of the productions I do, but I'm sure it gets in there anyways. And a lot of times that's why the clients are coming to work with me, is because they heard what maybe I don't even realize I'm imparting, right?
Sure, yeah.
So the pre-production is definitely about that headspace that I talked about. We meet, we discuss what kind of record do we want to make, and we make sure that we're on the same page before we even strike a note in studio. So that makes the process a lot easier. The trust is kind of established right off the start that, okay, here's the direction we're going, and we're willing to make some changes and rely and trust on each other to make some different moves than we thought.
Yeah. It's interesting because you're speaking now of the role of unless I'm missing my guess, you're speaking of the role of a producer, right? Somebody that's able to take that product and steer it in a particular direction. Do you find that you are more likely to, and I don't, it's going to come across negative, and I don't mean it in a negative way, but are you more likely to be more personally involved in a project that meets your particular personal genre of music? Because I imagine you have people coming to you with all different kinds of stylistic performances. Do you find it difficult to sometimes get out of whatever your natural comfort zone is to work with somebody that works in a genre that may not be your forte? Or has that led to you becoming more appreciative of the different genres?
Yeah, I think, I mean, certainly early on, you have a skill set, and certainly your influencers are there. The wiser and the older I seem to get, the more my palette widens. And I love the challenge. Audio engineering, from the engineering and I guess the production's perspective too, but the audio engineering, sound is still sound, and manipulating it's still there. And I really like a challenge. If I just made the same record over and over again, I wouldn't have all that much fun, I don't think, year after year.
Yeah.
By challenging myself, by bringing artists that maybe I haven't worked with, something, I've never recorded anything like that. That's sometimes something that I actually like, I strive for. If it's not a genre that I've maybe done before, it's the passion. Artists bring passion to me about their project, and that's what gets me.
Yeah.
I have a quick example I've done. I was doing some editing for a Polish dance group, and she was informing how her husband was a fabulous Polish polka player, and I said, I don't know a lot about polka, certainly not about Polish polka. And what exactly is different? She said, he's got a bunch of accordions. We'll come by sometime and show you. We put a Polish record together, and I ended up telling the band a little bit about it. And they were like, you're all psyched up about this Polish polka record you just did. I was like, the guy was fabulous. He had this accordion I'd never seen before. So I can really get caught up in the energy of good performers, good art, and genre is not so specific sometimes to that.
Yeah. Excellent. And you did mention there that, you are a performer as well. So this begs the obvious question that, is there ever a danger in the sense that because you're exposed to so many people's music and you're spending so much time, working on people's individual projects, is there ever any danger that you get some kind of a bleed over and you start to compose an original thing, or you're working on an original thing, you're like, wow, this is coming really easy. I don't know why. And then all of a sudden you go, oh my God, it's this person's song.
Yeah, I mean, I've definitely, I've got asked over the years, with the Area 51 thing going for so many years, and now Sound Foundry, we've been 20 plus years, people would often ask, what do you like more? Do you like performing or playing, or do you like recording? And I like it all, and they definitely bleed together. So you'll find I'm composing something like, well, maybe that would fit in this project I'm working on for, so I'll like, I was going to keep that for myself, but it would really find a home here.
Yeah.
And vice versa. Sometimes I'm working on a performance with a player, and they do something, and I say, what about if we did this? And they're like, that's not really my thing. And I think, but that is my thing, and I'm going to keep that for myself for later.
Yeah, exactly.
So sometimes I basically lose ideas, and sometimes I gain ideas.
I kind of liken it to a chef, right? You're in the kitchen and you're preparing whatever your dish is, and all of a sudden somebody else comes in and adds a little bit of a different spice, and you're like, oh, wait, I never thought about that before. That makes the stew taste fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. I rely on the inspiration of the artists I get to be surrounded by, which of course now has kind of disappeared a little bit. So I've definitely started to miss having artists in the studio and creating and having that give and take that you get between individuals. I certainly am a bit of a homebody and a gear junkie and can hunker down and play with my tools for days and days on end.
Sure.
But a big part of it is the interaction between players. That's why I was in a band for years. That's why I like producing records more than just engineering and doing audio editing. I like spending time with other artists and being inspired and giving that give and take.
Yeah. How important is it, would you say, to like if you had to address all artists, and not singling anybody out, but just if you had to address all artists that came to your studio, how important is the relationship of the producer to the project, and how willing should they be to kind of think outside of the idea that they had when they brought the project to you, in the sense that obviously everybody has a certain tone and style that they're going for, but sometimes people can get so close to a project because they don't have any external ears listening to it, that the producer can step in and say, what if we did this instead? And oftentimes it can lead to a very kind of butting of heads between the two creative minds, right? The artist says, well, no, I wrote it this way and this is the way that I want it. And the producer says, well, that's great, but it might be a little more accessible, or might be a little more commercially viable if we do it this way. So how do you explain that role of the producer to the artists? And, how often do you find a lot of pushback from people?
I mean, it certainly happens. And pushback can come from stubbornness, but a lot of times pushback comes from hard on your sleeve. Songwriting especially, it's something that's very personal. So when you're very personable about something and very passionate, it's hard sometimes to take that criticism, and I realize that. So I try and be, a very, very soft touch when it comes to a personality that I'm working with sometimes, if that's the case, or a song that I know is very personal. You can tell by the lyric or the emotion they're singing
Sure.
that, it would maybe be a bit better if we did this or that, but I can already tell this is a very personal song. So let's just be delicate about how we go about achieving those results.
Yeah.
But on the same hand, pre-production sometimes establishes that trust, which makes it easier. being open and honest always is just a better way forward. And I know if you get sad or mad or extremely happy, those are all good things. So I'm not too, if I say something to somebody and they get upset about it, that's good. It means they're passionate about their art. I'm glad to see that they care and they have some kind of reaction.
Yeah, of course, because I mean the things that you have an emotional reaction about are the things that you care deeply about, and it draws an interesting comparison to me for acting. So oftentimes you will see a director or a talent coach talk to an actor or actress about going into something that has happened to them personally. Let's say that they're doing a dramatic scene where they need to conjure a few tears, and they tell them to think about something incredibly sad that's happened to them, and they bring that emotion forward. And so there's an element of being genuine when you see that performance, and of course it hits more home when you see it, because you can identify that that's a genuine emotion that's happening. And it's also why we have so many actors with difficulties with mental health, because they're constantly going from these dark places, happy places, dark places. But do you ever find that you need to instruct somebody when they're playing in terms, I think more so for a vocalist, if they're doing something, do you need to kind of give them a little bit of emotional leverage one way or another to kind of coax the best performance out of them?
Absolutely. Vocals especially. I mean, ultimately, in a vocal piece of music, the vocals are the big deciding factor. Everybody relates to the vocal. We could put all the great keyboard and guitar licks down we want, but it's going to be the vocals a lot of times that's going to make or break a piece of music. So I'm definitely always pushing on the vocalist. That could be to be sadder if it's a sad song, or be happier if it's a happy song. I've made them run around the studio a few times to come in so they're out of wind, so it sounds a little bit more desperate.
Oh.
I've been mean. I've been saying, if you want to sing this now, you can. If not, go home. And then they get a little bit upset with me, and then they sing a performance. It's like, and they go, and you did that on purpose. I was like, yes, I did. You were angry enough for me. So definitely pushing buttons, and the right buttons, right? Just trying to the psychology of a session is a big factor when it comes to producing records.
Yeah, and it's interesting, because I think it all goes back to that trust relationship, right? That the artist has to trust that when you pull out the mean card or walk into the studio and slap them across the face, you're doing it to coax the best performance. Not that you would do that, of course, but you're doing these things to coax the best performance out of them. And sometimes the singer just shows up and they feel like, well, I just sing, that's what I do, and no matter how I do it, it's going to sound fine. But no, a lot of times you have to do that emotional welling, right, or that emotional drilling to really get the most honest performance.
Grab that honesty, really need the honesty. A lot of singers still, again, especially I work with a lot of younger musicians, which I love. I love trying to help get them to a level that they can hear in their head but don't know how to get there. And a lot of times it's once again, it's you're scared and timid of releasing your own inner voice. So you might be trying to sing like your influences. And I'm like, maybe drop it a little bit, because to me it sounds like ventriloquism or someone with a puppet. To be honest with your voice and honest with yourself, that honesty and that trust comes from audience to performer too. They can tell when you're being sincere. So a lot of times getting a performer to really be sincere is difficult, because they don't want to cry in front of you. Like, sing it. And if you're crying when you sing it, good, because that means you're being very sincere. It was a sad moment when you wrote it. Let's make it a sad moment when you record it.
Yeah. Because believe it or not, even though you are operating from, in some degree, especially with audio, you're operating from some degree of invisibility, but there is absolutely an emotional conveyance that can happen when someone's talking.
Yeah.
You can hear when someone's genuinely broken up or when someone's genuinely excited, as opposed to just, like myself, completely monotonous all the time. It's perfect. John,
and in today's day with technology, especially like auto-tune, gridlock, and all the things that you can do computer-wise to really make things performances perfect, I find that takes away, it's stripping the humanity away. So anything we can do to bring that humanity back is very important.
Thank you, because that was actually going to lead directly into my next question, which is, the purveyance of all this technology that we have, and the accessibility with all the technology we have. We have non-destructive, non-linear editing of software where we can do innumerable takes of the same thing. We can chop those takes out and composition it into one final track, and we can move things around. We can copy and repeat background singers, and we can auto-tune everybody. Do you find that sometimes the overabundance of this technology is taking away from the creativity, because we find ourselves perhaps with too many choices, and that in the days of old, where it was basically, push button, make rocket go, did we get a more honest performance from people?
I think so. I mean, home recording is a big thing, which I love. I've never felt threatened by it, because that's how I started, and that's really still what I'm doing, home recording. But I think people use the technology and the tools and never really get to finally putting out that art, that human music, that what the whole intent was. So I do a lot of live off the floor here, which when I get bands and groups, I try to encourage, let's get as many of you to play together as possible and capture that and build upon that. So we're starting from a really organic thought and where we can't use so many of the tricks. Don't let the computer make the music. Let's
Yeah.
let the artists make the music, the tools in their hands.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. I just want to talk for a brief second about the live off the floor thing, just for people that may not understand what that terminology is. One of my favorite Bruce Springsteen albums is an album called The River, and that album was recorded as what we call live off the floor, which means that rather than the drummer going in and laying down his part, and then they rewind the tape, and the bass player goes in and plays his part, called overdubbing, right? You're recording on top of the previous performance. What would happen is the entire band was brought into the live room, and they all played at the same time. And so you really got a feeling of that unity between the players. And there was some times where the time was a little bit sloppy, but everybody could correct it at the same time. And I think you really get a different energy. You know, another one that was like that for me was Animals, you know, the Pink Floyd Animals album, where it was, you could tell that they were just a rock band playing rock songs at that point. And it really, there's a different energy there, 100%. And I think, you know,
when that's available to me with an artist, I try and take advantage of that. I mean, not every group, not every style of art, not every style of music or band or solo artist is that set up to happen that way. But when that's a component that might be explored, it's certainly in pre-production, we talk about that. Is there any way we can do some of this together with you guys just performing? So you get that back and forth. I get that human connection right from the beginning.
Yeah, you know what I liken it to for people that don't really understand? It's like if you watch a television show where they have an actor double their performance, right? So you have a guy, like a famous guy, he comes in, and then in the next frame, he comes in wearing a wig, and he's supposed to be his brother, right? And they have a dialogue, and that dialogue, for as close as they can get it, doesn't seem natural. Because what they're doing is they're waiting for that other performance to kind of gel. But if you could bring two people together and have a natural conversation, there's just an ebb and flow to that rhythm of conversation that you can't, you know, artificially reproduce.
It's the imperfections. It's not the perfection. It's the imperfections that really make it work, right?
Absolutely.
So you can't predict those and model those and do anything. You have to just go with it and take what you get. And sometimes that's the magic right there.
Yeah, for sure. The other thing I find, you know, going back to the point of, you know, being kind of overwhelmed by technology is what you were saying is, you know, people get so into the different ways that they can do it that they never eventually produce a project because they're or a product. They're just going back and redoing it, you know, because they can't make a decision. You know, it's like, again, with sorry to make another Springsteen reference, but you know, there was a point when he did the Born to Run album that he basically, you know, there were months of mixing and months of mastering, and eventually at one point he actually took the master tapes and went out to the East River and was going to throw them in the river. He's like, I can't deal with it anymore, you know. And I think that we allow ourselves now with the overabundance of, well, let's see which one of these 800 different reverb plugins am I going to use, and which one of these, you know, 10,000 different compression plugins am I going to use, and let's do that section again. And I think we tend to, you know, get lost under the microscope of technology too often.
Yeah, and I think this recent pandemic has allowed us to come backwards a little bit, because all of these live performances that we're getting, all these live from my bedroom, living room, it's just back to raw. Here's my song, here's my guitar, here's my piano, here's my voice. And it's really, I mean, I've been flipping around and quite enjoying just watching all these people play raw art again, right? There's no auto-tuning going on. And there's some people using technology. Pat Robitaille did a with some loop in, and there's lots of cool things happening. But I mean, it's back a little bit more stripped down, a little less worried about all that production and I guess computerized, like I said, plugins, and trying to look for that technological corrective nature and just let it happen.
Yeah, it goes back to, for me, it just comes back to a factor of overproduction, right? And I love the fact that right now, Sir Elton John and I are on the same level. That's something I'm going to take with my grave, right? So we are on the same level now. We have a couple of comments in here I want to address. The first one, and this is kudos to you, because Jocelyn says, I usually have lots of questions, but this guy is answering every single one of them before I even finish typing. Just goes to show you how much experience and knowledge Brett has. So there's a feather in your cap, sir.
I do like to talk.
Oh, it's good. That's part of the conversation. then she does come back and say, at what point in the creation of a song would you want the artist to come to you with that idea for a song? So it goes back a little bit to the question we had for the playwright we had on last night. If someone's developing a play or developing a song, are you interested at the point where it's just conjecture at this point, or would you like to see something like a rough demo or
Yeah.
yeah, like
Yeah, I've been involved. So with just a quick backtrack that'll tie right into her question.
Sure.
So I work with a group, Fresh Breath Band. They're a duet basically, and they have done some home recording that they've sent to me that I've been able to mix and master and edit. So they've done work at home. They can send it using technology, and I can finish it off here. But with that group, just as one of many, we've done some songwriting kind of together. So we got an idea for a song, but we've hit a little bit of a roadblock. They trust me enough now as producer to say, come on by and tell us what you think. And I can know that I can speak openly, freely, and like key change or a chord progression change or capo or tune it down or speed it up or slow it down. So there's times when songwriters know that another set of ears, another set of another mind, just another person might give them some feedback to push the song to a place that they couldn't get on their own.
Right.
So it happens.
And then, more to the point of at what point does the idea need to be ready enough to come to you? So can they come to you with just a thought like, hey, I was thinking about doing this? Or do you really want to see something more something more concrete in the sense that, because you are going to be investing your time, right? And they're going to be investing money. So you want to make sure that they're bringing you something that's just not an esoteric pie in the sky kind of idea, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah, the pre-production is super important. Once again, I kind of put it into that pre-production. The more you know what you're doing going in, the better off you're going to be in the studio, not wasting time.
Right.
And I've had, just last year, I've been working with a client who doesn't play an instrument, doesn't sing, has never performed, and they have had a song stuck in their head, just humming it to themselves. They have a few lyric ideas, they have kind of a general picture of it, and we've been doing sessions once every other week where they come in and the bass line kind of goes like this. Boom, boom, ba-doo. No, that's it. Hold on a minute. Boom, bum, ba-dum, bum. That's it. Boom. And then I get out an instrument and have to figure out what that is.
Right.
Translate. And the drummer kind of like boom, boom, tap, boom. That's how the template, and we've composed the whole song based around her humming and tapping and giving me little whatever's in her brain and trying to explain it to me. And it's amazing. At the end, she's like, I don't know how you got that. And I was like, well, you just a lot of time just sitting down and you giving me your ideas, and I'm trying to read what you have in here. As a producer engineer, that's basically my job, to take what's in here and put it out so that people can listen to it with their headphones on and enjoy the piece of music that you've created.
There's a really great story that I have to tie in here really quickly about in the early days of Pink Floyd, very early. There was Sid Barrett was on the phone with a friend of his who was also their manager at the time, and their manager was telling him about this song that he thought the Pink Floyd should cover. And the guy was trying to sing it to him, but the guy's tone deaf, right? So he has no concept of melody. So he's singing it, and Sid is like, "You mean it goes like this?" And the guy went, "No, but that's really good too." And that ended up being Interstellar Overdrive, which was like one of their big, huge hits.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And so it's anyway. I felt like I had to tie that story in some way. I'm not sure. Probably because
that's exactly it. The ideas, I think, people being together in a musical format, like you said, that wasn't meant to be the idea that came out of it. But I think it's that give and take. So right now, I've been doing a lot of these technical things, which I enjoy. I mean, I'm a gear geek, a nerd when it comes to this stuff, and I enjoy hunkering down and just going to town and stuff. But a big part of it for me is the interaction of musicians and artists. And that's what's going to, the longer this goes on, the harder part to deal with, right?
Yeah.
We're not getting that interaction between artist and audience, between player and player. And you get a lot of stuff. You never know what you'll get out of it. You might I always feel better. Be it going to a concert, sitting down with an artist and just having a conversation. Things like this are great because they're trying to bring some of that humanity back between people.
Sure. Yeah. I want to ask you, and again, we don't have to name names or specific projects or anything like that, but it's always fun to get inside the engineer's head and say, do you have an experience that was an absolute headbanger, I need to go and take a few minutes away from this because it's driving me nuts session?
Yeah, I mean, the bands come back, and I once again, hopefully this comes back to the trust, because I've had bands come back that have been these people. And once again, I'm fairly open and honest. I try not. I feel that my seniors doesn't. Mom's already told them how good they are as a singer. When they come to me, I can say, you're told you're not a good singer.
Yeah.
I've told people straight up, like, you have a lot of work to do, or I'm gonna have to auto tune everything. I don't really like to lie to people that way. Like,
Sure.
I like to be an honest voice. It doesn't mean that people, if you're tone deaf, you can't make music, because there's some amazing stuff out there that I'm sure is coming from tone deaf people and selling a lot of records. So it's not an elitist thing, but I just like to be honest from my perspective so that I'm not ever breaking that trust. But I've had a record. The story was told to me last Christmas time. I had a client in, and he told me a story how they had the lead guitarist being late for a session. They were trying to kill time. They're like, we got a tambourine we want to add in this last song. So we're doing that. 3 hours goes by. The guy finally shows up. I say, okay, we're going to do these guitar leads. It's a solos, right? He said, yes. He went in and he went, started playing chords. And I stood up and I said, get out. And I kicked everybody out. I just kicked them all out. And because I was just fed up with them, right?
Yeah,
I'd had enough.
Yeah.
And they all three of them in that particular group have come back with separate projects, and they laugh about it now, right? But yeah, it was just like, it was frustrating, you know?
Yeah.
And you get bands that split up, and one guy quits the band during the project. So the psychology of the session, sometimes trying to push through, it's there. Sometimes those headaches can be there.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to ask you, going on a little bit more of a personal note. What of the things that or what of this life that we used to have, where we were kind of, allowed to move about unrestricted and unfettered and so on and so forth? What about that life of normalcy right now are you finding that you're missing the most?
Yeah, like I said, I guess it would be the interaction. Like, thus far, I've been fairly lucky to be busy. I've had groups that I was working on where we're doing full albums that we were due to come in 2 weeks back. A band that was supposed to be in Brownwater. We've been working on a record, just kind of slowly putting together. We got about halfway through it, but they got together and said, why don't we put money together? Why don't you mix the first half just to keep me working? So it's been like a lot of great people coming forward with that, saying, hey, I've got this happening. I've just finished mastering a project for GK Mac. He said, hey, just go ahead with it. We'll take care of it. So it's been nice that way, but not getting to meet with the people. Like, I'm just not getting to, create the raw music.
Yeah.
Basically in the editing, mixing. So now 6-7 weeks of that, and I'm like, okay, the itch is there to, like, can I see another person with a guitar or a voice and do something like that?
For sure. And actually, GK posted a thing in the comments saying Brett is the man. Loved working with him. And I from everybody that I've ever talked who has worked with you, that's been the sentiment that they've echoed out as well. So I know, kudos to you for developing those relationships and keeping them strong. Oh, we've lost your audio for some reason. We've lost your sound. Uh-oh. No sound. Let's no sound. I might, what we'll do really quickly is we'll call you back, because I do have one more question for you, and I really want to ask you. So hang on a second. I'm going to call you right back. The plight of technology happens again. I've been working a lot with a friend of mine on a separate project, and this happens like every time. For some reason on his phone, it dumps the audio after a certain amount of time. So we'll see if we can get Brett back on, because I do want to ask him this one question, because it's something that plagues me when I think about studio time, and it's a particular pressure that I think a lot of people face, and I hope you can answer for me. Let's see, Brett, do we have you back?
Check.
Oh, there we go. Excellent.
Great.
The VU meter's in yellow. It's perfect. So the question I have for you is when I first got the opportunity to go and work in a studio, it was very exciting, and I felt like it was really nice for me creatively to not have to worry about turning knobs and moving faders. I was just free to work on being a creative, right, and letting somebody else worry about the technicalities of everything. But the one thing that was always on my mind was the financials of it. I was so worried every time that I walked in the studio door. It's like, okay, I'm on the clock. Every second of this is costing me money. And I found when I was younger that really took away from my kind of freedom to want to experiment, or freedom to kind of want to work out things. I was constantly under, okay, this is costing us money, get it done, put your part down, get out. Let's how do you alleviate that concern for artists, or do you find that is still a concern for some folks?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a tough portion of the whole recording industry. Always has been. That's why I think one of the reasons people started to go home, do things from home, because they had all the freedom to do whatever they wanted in the world. The problem was, with all that freedom, sometimes the deadlines weren't there, and sometimes
Sure.
work just never really gets done. But being from an auto town, I use a lot of auto analogies. And my one for the studio is I really try and run Sound Foundry Studios not like a taxi cab. So when you step on my property, the meter doesn't start running, and we don't run this meter until you leave the property. When
Gotcha.
we're working, but there's a lot of downtime just between, and maybe sometimes we're doing a little bit of working, a little back and forth, but I try and alleviate it that way. So it's not like there's not a meter ticking. And people usually are pretty good about that because they know when we're hard at work, and they feel like they're paying and getting value for their dollar.
Sure.
And when we're not, we say, I just need a break here for something. Can we just go have a cigarette? Let's run into Tim Hortons, grab another coffee, whatever the thing may be. They're not getting charged. And I'm always trying to be very fair and upfront. So pre-production will come into budgeting. So we always try to budget for records, just so that we know going in what the budget is. Well, how much money do you really want to spend on this project? And I
Sure.
try and make sure that the economics fit what we're trying to achieve. So just as like make sure the song and the sound of the record, let's make sure the budget fits what we're getting as well. So we can maximize the potential of the record within the financial constraints that may or may not be there.
Yeah. Excellent, and that's an incredibly diplomatic way to handle what is oftentimes a sensitive subject, right? Because I mean, as artists, I mean, you can see that I'm not sitting on my golden yacht in the Mediterranean while I'm producing this program, right? So I mean, it always comes down to a matter of how far can we stretch this dollar, and it's an awkward conversation from the artist's point of view because maybe the budget isn't really as realistic as they thought. It's an awkward conversation from the producer's point of view and the recording engineer's point of view because they have to get paid for their time. So that's an excellent and diplomatic way of handling
I
it.
always keep very, very close contact with the artist through the whole project. So when they're in recording, obviously they know what we're doing. So at the end of a session, I give them updates. So like today went really well. I would say we're ahead of schedule. Having enough experience in this, I have a good idea, estimate on how long things should or shouldn't take. Obviously, different pieces of music. A very simple 3-chord singer-songwriter song is going to be faster than some kind of a prog rock 10-minute epic.
Sure, yeah.
But I have a good feel on we're ahead of schedule or we're behind schedule. And artists are usually pretty fair. So if we're doing drum work and it takes a little longer, at the end of the day, I'll be like, that was maybe a little longer than we did. Like, yeah, I know I was struggling with that one. But they're very accepting that the extra time was on them. And I usually try to be fair about it. Like, if it's time to break and come back at another day, we do that. If they need more rehearsal time, let's just stop, go back, practice on it. Is there something I can do to help get that part down?
Yeah. So yeah.
But I try to keep them a stats, and even with mixing and when they're not here, it's like they're getting messages so easy now, social media, like, hey, loading up your song. Here's a video clip of me working on it. I'm working on the drums right now.
Yeah.
I can ask them questions as it's going along. I'm still in constant contact during the processes, even when they're not in here, so they know how much time and effort I'm putting in, and I know how much time and effort I expect of them when they're here working with me.
Yeah, no, it's good, and again, that goes to why people speak so highly of you in terms of that trust element, right? That they trust that you're looking out for them in the project, which is good. Really quick, final question, and again, thank you so much for being willing to talk with us today, and
thanks for the invite.
Yeah, keep the conversation going. It's great. And again, it's not a judgment on any of the people that come in, but which do you prefer working on? Do you prefer working on the singer-songwriter 3-chord stuff, or do you prefer it when you have like a challenging kind of prog rock epic that comes in?
Once again, it goes back and forth on my mood of the day. It's just like you pick a record to put on. Sometimes you're in the mood for a certain kind of music. So I always hope that on the day I wake up and like, who do I got in studio today? I'm always hoping that my mood matches, because when it doesn't, sometimes it's a little bit more of a struggle, right? But I'll tell artists that day as well. Once again, being open and honest, like, well, I was really hoping we were going to be doing drums today, but I guess flute sessions it is. So it happens. What do I prefer? I look at the challenges of both. I like the challenge.
Yeah.
I'm very fortunate to have a variety. I have both of those. Justin Latham, singer-songwriter, just in, which became more of a band record, but he does a lot of singer-songwriter. Brad Olette, I've had singer-songwriter. And then you get the full band thing in as well. So it's just a good mix of all of those, having them in. Sirius Festival was in just a couple weeks before the lockdown, doing some really cool stuff. And so it's like mix of band and singer-songwriter and some solo records and people just humming bits of music in my ear to transpose.
Yeah.
So all of those are fun and challenging, and that's hopefully usually it matches pretty well. If I keep my disposition up, we're okay.
Well, I think that this is probably why you are best suited to this profession, is because you're able to look at it from that point of view, that variety is the spice of life. And again, I want to thank you so much for being a part of the conversation. And
thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
yeah, of course. And then when we're done here, if you wouldn't mind, just drop some links in the comments to the video where people can check out Sound Foundry. If you have any stuff from artists in your stable that you want to promote, please feel free to do so. If at some point you want to reach out to some of the folks that if they have things that I can play on the program as well when we do these little video segments or audio segments, I'm more than happy to do so. So let me know.
I have a few that are going to be doing some new releases, so I'll tell them to make sure they send it right along.
Yeah, that'd be great. I mean, it's all about bringing everybody out into the open as much as we can.
Yeah, love this local community. There's so much talent here, as you've seen by Lenny, the people you've had on, and the people abroad. We're very fortunate, and it makes it easy. There's so many great people in there, and hopefully we can just really come down and come out of this realizing these people that are around and keep promoting the area and promote the music.
Absolutely, man. Thank you so much for the conversation.
Thanks. Have yourself a great night.
You too, man. Take care.
Yeah, take care. Bye.
Well, there we had an excellent conversation with Brett, who I'm incredibly jealous of the equipment that I see behind him. I will eventually, at one point, want to get that same kind of equipment. Oh, and he's showing. I've taken him off the live stream, but he's showing me. Oh, there's his outboard rack. Oh man, jeez. All right. Time to go back to my my pitiful self studio setup here. Oh boy, what a great conversation though, right? I want to play really quickly another one of these video mentaries or video compositions, specifically from this time of COVID. This was brought to me by David Michael via Mike Wilkins, is the gentleman from Love Razor that put this together. It's called COVID-19, A Positive Perspective. And we are going to get to that right after we take a quick break for a couple of seconds. And then we'll come back to your requests and move on to our final guest. Rockstar Music Hall is Windsor's premier event and concert hall. Turnkey productions for concerts, theater productions, trade shows, fundraisers, and home of the Rockstar Wedding. The Platinum Room Banquet Hall is a wedding and event venue featuring in-house services for everything such as catering, decorations, DJ, officiant, i.e. you can get married there, and much more. They do it all and make it easy for you, located directly above Rockstar Music Hall. Partners with and located at Platinum Ruin Rockstar Music Hall, Windsor Weddings provide wedding and event services such as live entertainment, DJ, photography, photo booths, decorating, and efficient services. The Border City Dance Company provides education in dance and performing arts under the direction of Melissa Williams. Melissa is known for her work with Prince, Britney Spears, James Franco, Sarah Gaden, Josh Gad, Elizabeth Berkley, Michael Caine, and Randy Quaid, among others, and her choreography has been featured on television in shows such as So You Think You Can Dance Canada Seasons 1 to 4, Bomb Girls, Kim's Convenience, 11/22/63, and in countless commercials for big names such as TD Canada Trust Bank, Adidas, and Sun Life Financial. Also the main stage for the 2015 Para-Pan Am opening ceremonies and the 2016 FINA opening ceremonies and gala. Border City Dance Company is located at Platinum Room and Rockstar Music Hall.
Projecting how this infection might spread, and the projections in the U.S. are grim. It has now surpassed China in the number of people who have died from COVID-19. New York City is overwhelmed, and the numbers are soaring elsewhere too. Jackson Crosco joins me from Washington. Jackson, the White House laid out a sobering look-based model for when this might peak in that country.
that was the most positive and uplifting thing I've seen in weeks. That was amazing. Mike, kudos. Amazing, amazing, amazing. All right. Let's go back and see what other requests I can ruin for you folks. Rob Shepley. Nobody home. Vera, bring the boys back home / You want to hear all of those in a block? That might have to wait till after our last guest. Yeah, we'll see what we can do there. And Brett, you don't have to thank me. Thank you for doing what you're doing. Thank you for helping bring music into people's lives. Thank you for being a cool cat. Let's try this one. It's a little bit upbeat. I feel positively motivated now after that, Mike. I feel so good. It's great. I mean, really, my stream is working. All my graphics came back. Even though I spent all bloody night last night trying to get everything working again, it's working. What more could I ask for? Hey, Shelly Martinico. How you doing? All right, let's do this one. I like that little sound. It's great. And no, don't worry, Jocelyn, I haven't forgotten. We'll get some cowbell in there for Sean Fathers if he's out there.
Down around the corner, half a mile from here, you see them long trains run and you watch them disappear without love. Where would you be now? Without love. Thought I saw Miss Lucy down along the track, lost a grown man and family, and she won't be coming back without love. Where would you be right now, without love? With the Illinois Central and the Southern Central Freight, you gotta keep on pushing my mind. You know they're running late now without love. Where would you be right now, without love? When the pistons keep on churning and the wheels go round and round, and the steel rays they are cold and hot for the miles that they go down without love. Oh, where would you be right now, without love? Where would you be now?
There we go. Well, our next guest, Charity Pitcher-Cooper, was singing along. I love that. I feel, you know, Charity and I met on a Springsteen radio website, and we're both massive fans of the boss. So I want to play a Springsteen tune, and I get to loop this one. Haven't done it in a while. It's not exactly like the record because the loop, it's a little too complicated to do all of the loop, but we can certainly get the most part of it in there. And it's really fun. It's really fun to play. Providing we can get the tablet to work. Yeah, that's the beat. Ready? One, here we go. Not bad. Now we'll flesh it out with a little bit of bass guitar. Then we'll put in a little B3 in the background, just real light. Not bad. Then we'll add some piano because there's a really cool little guitar riff that I like. And we'll add a little bit of keyboard, just enough to make it a little wetter. That'll work. Then we get to play guitar and sing at the same time. See? Looping's fun. Up this morning, the house was cold. Checked the furnace, she wasn't burning. Went down and hopped in my old Ford. Hit the engine, but she ain't turning. Giving each other some hard lessons lately. We ain't learning. We're the same sad story, that's a fact. One step up and two steps back. Bird on the wire outside my motel hotel room, but he ain't singing. Girl in white outside of church in June, but the church bells they ain't ringing. I'm sitting here in this bar tonight, but all I'm thinking is the same old story, same old lies. One step up and two steps back. It's the same thing night on night. Who's wrong, baby, who's right? Another fight and I slam the door on. Another battle in our dirty little war. When I look at myself, I don't see the man I wanted to be. Somewhere along the line I slipped off track. One step up and two steps back. There's a girl across the bar, I get the message she's sending. She ain't looking to marry me, honey, I'm pretending. Last night I dreamed I held you in my arms, and the music was never ending. We danced as the evening sky faded to black. One step up and two steps back. 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 There we go. Fun with the looper. And ending right on time for our next guest. How about that? I love that song. And the thing is, like, the loop, in order to do the loop, there's a part of the song that's not quite right. It's not exactly as it is on the record, but it works. So thank you for indulging me, all those Bruce Springsteen fans who suspend their disbelief for that particular tune. Such a great song, though. What a great story. As you know, he's always been one of the greatest storytellers to me, and to a lot of folks. And I think that's one of those songs that really showcases it. Let's see if we can get our next guest on the line. I'm giving her a couple of ringy dingies on the phone here. Oh, I see it's connected. I'm going to shift her away from, I'm assuming this is the open mic or the open camera. There we go. Now she actually gets to see my face here. And we will bring her over into the conversation. We are talking to San Francisco. Hello, Charity. How are you?
Hey Chris, how are you? Long
I'm
time.
I know. I'm very glad to connect with you. And the first two questions I want to ask are, number one, how's your headache?
My headache is much better. Thank you so much. I was sorry to miss yesterday, and I'm not looking in the right place because I cannot see you anymore.
Oh, well,
There you are.
some may
Okay.
argue that's a benefit. That's
No, you're as
um,
handsome as always, honey.
the other question I have for you, is how is everybody there? Everybody happy and safe and doing okay?
Yeah, it's interesting being in California and San Francisco. We are sheltering at home pretty seriously here. And although the entire U.S. is not united behind that idea, the Bay Area definitely is, and people are taking it very seriously.
Yeah.
So,
Well, that it's important, that one of the reasons I wanted to reach out, is it's important to get perspectives from different areas. I know how my community is handling it, and I know how the communities close to me are handling it. But
right.
what's the general feeling socially out there? Here we have a few very small but very vocal groups that are against this whole isolation and
Right.
flattening the curve. What are you seeing? Obviously you're a much larger metropolitan area than I am. So what are you seeing socially there?
I would have to say that my social bubble is fairly small. I have a very close-knit, mostly queer community here. And we are a community that is all about caring for each other. So even when things are hard and not going well, we're very conscientious about doing what's best for our most vulnerable members. And we have simply amplified that community reach to everyone in the Bay Area. So I would say I have a few friends, mostly small business owners here in the Bay, who are very hard hit, who are very frightened about the economy being closed this long. And I certainly have a lot of compassion and understanding for that. And we are all just trying to take care of each other as best we can.
Yeah.
Um,
No, good answer. Good answer. Um, I want to ask you a little bit about, I also wanted to speak to you because of your medical background, and
right.
I wonder at which one of the medical hats that you wear would you most be comfortable speaking about?
Well, I have 20 years of experience in maternal and child health, and I also am a public health nurse. I have a specialized certificate in public health. So I'm happy to answer questions about family health, probably a little bit about public health in general.
Okay.
And of course, if anybody, my huge wheelhouse is, of course, breastfeeding. So if
Yep.
anyone had any COVID-19 questions about nursing or the early postpartum time,
Well,
those are very,
well, I do actually. I have a question about that. 100%.
yeah,
Postpartum depression is an absolute severe mental issue for a
yes,
lot of folks after the experience of childbirth. And what are we seeing even in this short time that we've been in a mode of isolation in far as the support mechanisms for folks like that
right,
go, because they're no longer able to necessarily reach out to somebody physically? How important is
yes.
that physical connection to overcoming that depression, and what avenues of approach do we have now where we can kind of help folks out to see them through that time?
Right. That's an excellent question, and thank you for asking it. Um, Generally, anyone who is undergoing a big life change is going to be more at risk for depression. And that postpartum time is super, super critical for families to get enough support. And there is a huge lack of, just enough hands to take care of families. And so we are seeing we don't have I don't have any statistics in front of me, and we won't have them probably for a couple of years
Sure.
about postpartum depression. But I'm guessing that in regular life, people are feeling very isolated, and I don't think that this, sort of part is going to help. Um, the upswing of that is that everybody is really reaching out. that there's sort of a hyper awareness, and a lot of people who wouldn't normally have time or resources to reach out because they have a very demanding work schedule, or they're never home, they're always on the go. A lot of those people are finding that they have some free time, and I'm hoping those people are reaching out to new parents. Um, I have to say, I know people are very down on delivery services for meals and things like that, because of sort of the economic hardship that some of
Sure.
those things put on communities. However, this huge sort of explosion of being able to get food delivered has been amazing for new parents.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so places that would never ever have delivered will suddenly bring you things. And so I think that I'm hoping that people are still are reaching out through those venues. And of course, other people's community resources have not gone away either. People's, spiritual communities, whether that is a church or a dance program
Sure.
or music, all of those things are still there for people.
Yeah.
But regardless of what resources are there, being a new parent is very isolating.
Yeah, it's very tough. And I wonder in a time like this too, where, as you said, there are so many people that are beginning to reach out. I wonder if we run the danger of people that are already marginalized by severe mental health issues. Do we run the danger of them kind of taking a back seat to all of these new folks that are coming out because of, seriously though, are we in danger of overburdening the mental health care system?
Well, let's be honest, I don't have a good idea of what mental health looks like in Canada, but the US is generally very poor in mental health services. We don't have universal health care of any kind. And so even people who have very good health insurance through their job or pay for private health insurance often pay out of pocket for mental health services.
Yeah.
And of course, anytime you have a big economic downturn, those are the services that get cut first.
Yeah.
So so that is a like ball of yarn that your cat has played with, and
And
untangling
there's
it will
no
be
going
a
back.
huge thing. The thing that I think that I'm hoping is a good thing coming out of this is that there is a lot of, I think in really the last, I would say 5 years, there's been a big push to end a lot of mental health stigma.
Yes.
And that message has been sort of in the background long enough that now when people are saying it's okay to reach out, it's okay if you feel terrible today, not every day is going to be good, and sort of the sort of constant social media message that felt empty at the moment seems to be very helpful for people.
Yeah.
And so people who would not normally have reached out, because now everyone is struggling, there's a lot less, of like, oh, I'm not a good person because, I'm not
100%.
100% in love with my newborn, or, today was really bad and I spent the whole day crying,
Yeah.
and gave myself a migraine.
Well,
That's not about me.
No, but I think you make a very salient point here, and that is that a lot of times we tend to push people away who or look at them differently because they're going through things that we perhaps can't understand. But then when we go through those things ourselves, we're able to approach that from a different place of enlightenment. So
Exactly.
I agree with you. I think that the stigma of somebody being depressed or clinically depressed or something along those lines may go down a little bit because somebody said, "Oh yeah, I remember a couple of weeks ago where I couldn't get up off the couch either." And
Right.
part of the thing that we talked about very early on in this program was that like you said, having those feelings is okay, and you need to allow yourself to have those feelings. And if you need to be down in the doldrums, be down in the doldrums. And if you need to be in a dark place, be in a dark place. But don't forget that there are a bunch of us out here holding candles for you, right? So
Yeah,
that
absolutely.
we're
Absolutely. And we can't get you out of the dark, but we can certainly sit next to you in the dark.
That's right. That's right.
And of course, you and I met through Springsteen Radio, and I'm just going to plug Bruce Springsteen here for a second.
Do it.
There's a lot, in his catalog, that is really just about that.
Absolutely.
About sitting with people in the dark and, saying like, we can't change the circumstance, but we can have community in that space.
Yeah. Actually, so I'm going to plug the boss as well here and just say that my tagline or my motto has been I always found it really weird to try to put it into words, and he expressed it more beautifully than I can ever hope to. And I'm just going to steal it and lift it for the rest of my life. And that's nobody wins unless everybody wins. And that's the essence of community. And I think that that's one thing that we're really seeing is, let alone the very small but very vocal groups that are still vehemently partisan. But I think that what we're seeing right now is a real coming together of community and a coming together of humanity. And we're starting to see those divisions of things like, people not caring so much what kind of life you come from or, what your circumstances are. We're just here to help you. I've seen that even in my own community with people offering to go for grocery runs or, going over with being willing to be a listening ear or a shoulder to cry on. And it's amazing to me, and it restores my hope in humanity that we are seeing that under the very worst of times, we're seeing the very best of people come out.
Yes. And study after study shows that in true crisis, local communities especially really sort of embrace the how many people can we get on the life raft, and when things are good for most people, there's a lot less of that.
Yeah.
And so it's a very sort of interesting dichotomy, and I'm always just sort of blown away by my friends and my community who really are reaching out, and even people who might not have emotional and physical resources tomorrow. They're like, I've got time for you today.
Yeah.
I have love for you today. I have a listening ear for you today.
Yep. I think that part of that is really a leveling of the social playing field for everyone. And I'm going to liken it for a second, if I can, to, I talk about this now all the time, and probably people are sick of hearing it, but iHeartRadio just did their living room concert series, right? Where, somebody like Sir Elton John was sitting there and recording himself on his iPhone, just like I'm doing. So
yes.
I'm happy to say that Sir Elton John and I are on the same level now, but I think that socially speaking, it's doing the same thing. It's people that realize that, we all are experiencing these similar kind of problems in terms of, struggling with depression or struggling with feelings of despair or struggling with, I'm simply going out of my mind because I don't know what to do with myself.
Right.
We're starting to see that as a common thread between people. And I think it makes it easier then for people to relate to each other.
Right. There's a very classic study where they talked about people under anxiety. And I actually think it was people waiting around to take their driving exam. And people said that they felt much better when they were waiting with other people who are also waiting to take their driving exam.
Yeah.
And that sort of shared experience, having everybody there being like, okay, right, we're all here,
yeah.
we're all waiting.
Yeah. We find our solidarity against the common enemy there. Yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely.
The DMV.
That's right. Curse you. Over here, it's the MTO. It's strange how it's still three letters that spell frustration the same way. I have a couple of comments here in the chat. Mike Cruzel says, "Miss you, Chaz. Big hugs." Tyrone Lee says, "Hi, Charity. It's Tyrone. You sound amazing." There you go. Now I do have one comment in here from Jocelyn, Jocelyn and Diego are like my unofficial co-hosts because they have the most amazing questions, and it just makes me look so good.
Awesome.
But I do want to say that this is her question, and it's toward the lactation consultant area. She says, "Do you feel like people need to be asking different questions or more questions now of the milk donations they accept compared to the usual questions (parentheses) for those who can't breastfeed and solely use donation milk from multiple donors?"
That is an amazing, very detailed question, and thank you for asking it. What what we know now about COVID-19 and transmission lets us know that we very much want mothers to be nursing their babies. And of course, any milk that you get and with your exposure to COVID-19 is actually going to be present as antibodies in the milk. And so while individual milk banks may be thinking about what they want to accept or not accept, from a strictly virus policy, we are recommending that even very sick women, women who are very sick with COVID-19, should be nursing their babies.
In order to pass on those antibodies from
Exactly.
mother to child.
Exactly. And that would be different for, say, something like, I'm trying to pick another virus here.
Sure.
So let's say that you have chicken pox and you have open, chicken pox lesions, right, on your nipple and breast that the baby's mouth is going to go on.
Right.
We would say, we might have a hesitation about that. So there are things in which we hesitate for that.
Yeah.
But COVID-19 is not one of them.
Okay, excellent. That's a great answer to a great question. I also have a question, and it's it's going to come from a male perspective, so maybe I'm not asking the right question, and if that's the case, I apologize. But is it a factor in milk production for women? Is stress a factor? So if the more stress that you're under causes you to not produce as much as you should,
right.
Is it okay in this time to look for some kind of external source like a milk substitute or a natural milk substitute like a formula? And for those people who are dead set against doing that, can the stress of not being able to produce and the stress of not wanting to do that, can that kind of further the problem along? And again, I apologize if I'm not using the right terminology.
No, you're totally great. And of course, while I'm talking and while you're talking, I realize that I've been talking about lactation since I was around 18. I sometimes sort of fall back into a less gender inclusive language. And I will like to say that there are non-binary parents who nurse their babies. There are dads who nurse their babies. And so I'm going to try to make sure my language is a little more inclusive, and apologies to anyone who's listening that when I did not do that. So anyone who is either pumping milk for a child or putting a child directly to breast, one, I'd like to say low milk supply is a thing. The second thing I would like to say is that the biggest thing that does a positive feedback to a nursing relationship is removing milk from the breast. And we know through other stressed populations, the big ones are, of course, the famine in Ethiopia, where people were under a lot of food scarcity stress. And we know that those families, if they put their child to breast very often, had an adequate to more than adequate milk supply. So the stress in and of itself is not as much of a marker as we talk about. The big problem that we have in the U.S. is that we have no paid maternity leave. And so a lot of people are going back to work at the 2-week mark, the 3-week mark, the 6-week mark. And it's very hard to maintain a nursing relationship when you are not with your baby. And so I would say that although there are documented cases and anecdotal cases of people under severe stress not getting their milk let down for several days in a row and impacting their supply. The big problem we have is a cultural one, that we don't support families who have young children, and that the real milk supply issue isn't a milk supply issue at all. It's that we're not good at supporting people who want to breastfeed their child.
That's an excellent point, and thank you for bearing with my bumbling through that question. As
No,
I'm sure I
it
did.
was excellent. It was an excellent question. I'm so glad that that you asked it, because that is one of the questions I got this week.
Oh.
I don't take lactation questions. I'm retired. I don't take lactation questions very often, but I got a text this week that said, "I'm under so much stress. I'm worried about my milk supply under so much stress. You know, what can I do?" And really, it was all about nursing frequently and making sure that you remove all the milk that's possible, um, and um, and try to sort of manage your anxiety around that. Um, and one of the things that's reassuring to say is that people under a lot of stress, as long as they keep nursing their baby, have adequate to more than adequate milk
That's
in
excellent.
general.
Do you speaking of when you went to the comment there that the United States doesn't have universal health care, and we don't you don't have paid maternity leave, which coming from somebody in Canada is shocking. Do you think that this current opportunity where parents are now forced to spend more time at home than perhaps they wanted to, let's say, no, but this kind of where now the home and the family life is so important, and we can see we've seen early on that the United States economy can suddenly find trillions of dollars to prop up Wall Street for 30 seconds, but somehow can't manage to figure out how to put that into some kind of universal health care. Do you think that this is an opportunity where people are going to start to question that more, and start to look at other countries? Canada is one. Finland, for example, I can just speak to this because that's my heritage. When you have a baby there, you have like 18 months of maternity leave, and not only that, but the government, when you have a child, the government sends you this box, and inside the box are booties and diapers and
a gorgeous box, and it
Yeah,
also is it's
doubles as
also
a
a bassinet for your child.
That's right. It doubles as a crib. So, I guess the question is here: do you think that there are clearly lessons that need to be learned? Do you think that this kind of time of uncertainty and confusion around this will bring this question more to the forefront than it already is for the U.S. in particular?
I think that universal healthcare advocates are very much hoping for that. How much we as a group are able to push forward. I honestly don't know. I've found it incredibly frustrating being a public health nurse for this many years, that that it seems incredibly obvious to me that any advanced society in the world should have universal health care. If we take care of our most vulnerable populations, we lift everyone up.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, there is a good deal of the U.S. that looks at that with the fear of communism. And they're always looking at it, like a single candy bar. That if you divide it up, there's not going to be enough. And they're really not looking at this globally, that we spend in the U.S. so much money that on healthcare for people because they are homeless, because they don't have substance abuse treatment, because they have mental health things that are not being addressed, and we are hemorrhaging money on ER visits for them. And it would be so much less money to give them a house and give them universal health care. And it's really it's different. It's really the difference between linear thinking and exponential thinking. And for a lot of people, linear thinking gets them through, right? And to think about public health and to think about universal healthcare policy, you have to think exponentially.
I think that, part of it is such a culturally ingrained thing down there, is this anti-communist rhetoric that really, I cannot tell you how many people I've spoken to in the U.S. at length about democratic socialism. And as soon as you utter the socialism word, they immediately come back at you that you're some kind of communist. And you ask them to explain what that means, and they have no answer. They don't know. They don't know anything about it. They know they have to be afraid of it, and it drives me bonkers. I think that another positive thing that we are going to see maybe come out of this is that we're starting to see countries really take the idea of the universal basic income concept seriously.
Yes.
I think Spain is now going to be trialing it countrywide. And again, to your point that, you may lessen the spending in one area by distributing that spending elsewhere. And especially in the case of a universal basic income, if everyone is receiving it, then no one has the right to complain about it because everyone's getting a piece of the candy bar.
Exactly.
The difference there, to your candy bar analogy, is that the difference is that everybody gets a piece of the candy bar instead of one guy taking a piece of the candy bar and letting the rest of it rot somewhere. Right?
Yes.
Right. Anyway,
Absolutely.
we have got some more comments in here that I want to get to, so I don't hog up the entire show here. Diego says, looking at the stats in Northern California, it seems that confirmed cases are on the way down. What is the local talk regarding dropping their guard?
So, of course, today, the Bay Area specifically announced that they are going to continue the shelter at home directive until the end of May. A lot of people who had been very supportive of that are now not so sure, especially with the numbers falling. I would say to that those numbers are falling because the Bay Area is taking the shelter at home very seriously and we're keeping our asses at home. And so the thing about public health is that we're creating change in real time. And when we look at statistics, as a general community, we're usually looking at cases that are a couple of years old. And so we can see the entire arc. And here we're living an arc that is much lower than we had anticipated. And one of the reasons for that is that San Francisco really, in fact, the entire Bay Area shut down very early, before general California did. Definitely before New York.
Yeah.
And that those days, doing that and having those days meant a huge difference in the number of cases. I was very relieved when I saw that the Bay Area was going to go another 30 days.
Yeah.
And I have forgotten your question now, and I had a point. So can you repeat the question?
Diego just was asking what is the local talk regarding dropping their guard?
Right. So most people are like, this sucks, but I'm going to stay at home. Again, there are a lot of small business owners who this is a death sentence for their business. They are very vocally outraged and frightened, and I totally understand why. But the other thing that's happening here in the Bay and San Francisco especially is that the people here are relatively, I would say, very affluent. The poverty line, for a family in the Bay Area is over $100,000.
Wow.
Yeah. And so a lot of people here, if they made the same amount of money here that they made other places, would be, fabulously toss dollars in the air, roll around in it rich.
Yeah.
We would all look like Scrooge McDuck, but that's not happening. Because the cost of living here is so high.
Sure.
And so a lot of what I see in San Francisco is really privilege. That we have jobs that are continuing to pay us. We have jobs that we can actually work remote.
Yes.
The amount of people who are employed by the tech industry here is sky high. You can't throw a rock without hitting somebody who works for Google or Cisco or
Yeah.
insert big tech name here. And those places shut down even before the Bay Area said they were going to shut down. They were very proactive as well. And so our relative calm is really in line with our relative privilege.
Okay, good points. And you never really think about it, in terms of the economic variety of the geographical region that you're in, right? I mean, it's interesting to see the level of what we would call privilege, or
Yeah.
and then some people would also use the term, accessibility, in the sense that it's great that I have the ability to do my job from home rather than have to be
Right.
forced to go into a cubicle, for sure. We have another lactation question, if you're cool with that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Jocelyn says again, if you are a new parent who cannot breastfeed and doesn't have a donation milk bank in their city, but has a market like Facebook where mothers post their milk for donation, what are some of the questions that you should be asking of the mothers whose pump milk you're receiving?
Right. So that is a very nuanced question, and I hope I can do it justice. In general, we ask people who are doing casual milk sharing to be very comfortable with their donor. In general, this is someone you should be willing to share a toothbrush with. And there are lots of people who have beautiful, robust communities, and they have many other parents who are lactating in their community, and these are people who that they feel very comfortable simply having a conversation with,
Yeah.
and saying, like, did you have these tests, in pregnancy? Most noticeably, HIV is the one.
Sure.
In the U.S., I would say 100% of the women who have gotten prenatal care have had an HIV test
Yeah.
during pregnancy as part of their regular battery of tests, unless they declined it. And it's actually very difficult to decline.
Right.
So this is an entire group of people who have had a lot of recent testing.
Yeah.
And so then we're talking about, like, what are your risk factors? And in general, people who have just given birth are generally a healthy population. I'm going to give a caveat on on milk donation, just because I don't want it to be taken out of context, that all of these things need to be met, right? That you would need to have a detailed conversation with someone. You would have to be comfortable with their answer. This person should be known to you and accountable to you, which is why we're a little more hesitant to have people mail you milk. That doesn't come from a milk bank. Milk bank is a separate issue, but sort of casual milk sharing, not because it's not safe to transport milk that way, but because there's an old adage in the dance community here in San Francisco, which is you're okay and your friends are okay, but your friends are friends, they may not be okay. And that there's a high level of accountability for your immediate close circle of friends, right?
Yeah.
And then sort of your general circle of friends. And once you get beyond that, it can be very difficult. And
Sure.
the other portion of that is that when you do milk sharing outside of your community, there's usually a monetary value attached to that. And anytime someone is under pressure to produce X amount of milk and send it to you for money, there is that pressure to add something, add water, add formula, add something.
That's exactly what I'm so glad you said that, because I'm wondering about the whole, Facebook, and especially Facebook Marketplace is rife with the bait and switch, right? Where you'll be, Wish is probably the most culpable thing I've ever seen in my life. But so I wonder what the very real danger of that is. If you agree to take breast milk from someone that's offering it, what's to stop them from just mixing up a batch of formula and sending it out in its place? Apart from that, I'm assuming you would notice when you got it that it's quite different.
You generally notice, by texture and smell
Yeah.
and all those other things. But if you just diluted it a little bit so that you would make up your your quota,
Yeah.
right? And again, I don't want to be alarmist about the safety of that. I never want to be, so alarmist that that people don't feel like they have control over, their own parenting experience, and be unable to accept help that they would normally want from their community. So Really, it's all about risk benefit.
Sorry, she has one follow-up question.
Yeah.
So if you were a new mother who is overproducing, how would you tell them the best way to donate their milk what would you tell them to donate their milk in the most productive way?
You really need to contact your local milk bank. And each local milk bank has their own set of criteria and rules, and they're not actually universal. And so, and what happens, of course, at milk banks is that the milk comes in and it's tested, and then it's pooled and it's pasteurized.
Oh.
So, so not as high of heat as you would get for a commercial cow milk dairy, but enough to kill off a lot of things that we would prefer not to
Sure.
have in
Yeah.
the milk. But some milk banks will say no medications at all, not even ibuprofen. Some milk banks, say vitamins and ibuprofen are fine. Really, it has to do with the volume that's coming into that particular milk bank and
Sure.
what's going out as need. And so the best way to donate milk is to, before you even think about donating, is to call your local milk bank and say, I would like to donate. What are the criteria?
Yeah. So she follows up with, sorry, I mean in the case where there is no local milk bank.
So if you wanted donor milk from a community member.
No, like if you were overproducing, let's say, and you wanted
to donate your milk to someone else.
Yeah, exactly.
That is also a very tricky question. I think we're probably in a sort of a gray area there.
Yeah.
I would probably reach out to a lactation consultant in your area, a healthcare provider. Your local midwife may have some good suggestions for you.
Sure.
But again, I would say I want to hit this point really hard. Anyone that you would share milk with, you have to be willing to share a toothbrush with.
Yeah, excellent point. I mean, it's just you are thinking about things that you're going to be passing down to your child via transmission through this fluid. So let's be a little the scrutiny is a good idea. I want to ask you this, because you are somebody that works in the professionally in the healthcare field. What is your response, politically correct as you can be? What is your response to these folks that are popping up saying that this is, A, it's all a hoax, B, hospitals are only doing this because they're making more money by marking down people that are dying of COVID-19. There is no stress on the healthcare thing. Nurses are in fact being laid off. Or that it's just the flu, get over it, and everybody should just get it, and herd immunity should take over and move on. How do you respond to that as someone who's working in that field?
Wow, that's a big question. This is something that I try to pick away at very carefully on my social media, especially on Facebook, because it lends itself to sort of both short form and long form answers. Again, I'm going to go back to the linear thinking versus exponential thinking. And a lot of the it's a hoax, and it's just the flu, and it's not that bad, and all of those things are really sort of a product of fear. That if people can be in a state of plausible deniability, then they don't have to think about how frightened they are. So that's one part. And the other part is, again, about linear thinking. They're sort of looking at, their community, and they're like, well, my place only has 2 cases. And so it's very safe for me to be out, and I am losing money every second I sit here in my home, and I am worried about rent and food and my child, and all of those things are very real and rational fears, and they are also immediate. It's incredibly hard to do nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So the other part of that is, okay, so how do you move people from thinking about COVID-19 in a linear way, right? Like, I don't know anybody who's sick, or I know one person who's sick, and they're not that sick. And my friend who's a nurse, who works at ear, nose, and throat, office, just got her hours cut, and a 20% pay decrease because there's not enough work. And again, this is where public health and exponential thinking can really helpfully push back on that and say, right now, you only have 2 cases, and you only have 2 cases because either A, your community took shelter at home very seriously and stayed home, or you're not testing everybody and you don't know who has COVID-19, which is the truth in the US for most communities, regardless of whether they're very hard hit or not. There's one place in California, a very affluent community of Bolinas, who is actually, they're testing everybody, whether they're symptomatic or not. And they're a fairly small community, and they will sort of get this sort of small town data.
Yeah.
But it's not correct to think about that, all of these other things are happening, therefore this isn't real.
Right.
And it's, again, very difficult when people are rightfully very frightened, to to talk to them logically about what's happening, because the response isn't logical.
Yes. 100%. I think it's one of those things where if you can be calm and rational and logical about it and approach it from a place of reason and approach it from a place of fact and evidence, then, even in that emotional state that they happen to be in, it's very hard for them to refute that, right?
It's hard for them to hear it. I mean, refuting it is easy because you can sort of go off on the internet, and find all sorts of crackpot people who are putting up, bad studies and bad science, and saying that it's real. And it's very easy to follow those things and feel good about those things, because of confirmation bias.
Yes, my
Right?
favorite words.
I have this idea, and I'm going to go out and I'm going to confirm it. And most people don't have a healthcare background. They don't have a medical background at all. It is a specialty.
Yeah.
And because it takes a long time to think about health and disease in this way.
I think, the thing that most people tend to forget is when, all these folks are out there with these kind of theories, and the first thing they're going to scream at you is to think critically, but they don't think about the first word, which is think.
Right.
Instead, all they're doing is going out and looking for something that, supports their confirmation bias,
Right.
unfortunately.
And again, we have a very dysfunctional government in the U.S. We don't provide maternity leave. We don't provide universal health care. We provide very little social services for how affluent and large our country is. And so we have an extreme mistrust of government. And so there are a lot of people that as soon as the government says we're going to do it this way, right, they don't see it as leadership. They see it as oppression.
Right.
And there are small groups of people who work very hard to make sure government is dysfunctional and never provides any social services. So it is designed, it is working perfectly as designed,
Yeah.
which is to be, completely wasteful.
An engine of inefficiency. Yes.
Exactly.
100.
A very expensive engine of inefficiency.
I just want to pop in this comment here, from Hannah McCarthy Crowder, who we both know and love very much. She says, Charity Pitcher-Cooper saved my life with lactation questions. So there you go.
Aww.
Yeah. I miss all of you Springsteen Radio folks, man.
I know, and we miss the Springsteen Radio. It's true.
Aw.
About every day a memory will turn up from Springsteen Radio, and Springsteen Radio saved my life.
Oh, come on now.
No, it's It's true. I was very lonely, and I had a small child, and I felt very isolated.
Well, I mean,
And SR was really um, a place where I made friends. So thank you.
that is, I don't even know how to respond to that. That's probably the most gracious thing that anyone has ever said to me. And I was about to be flippant and say that, you know, yeah, I don't even like.
I again, may your hope, Martin, and of course, Hannah and Matt Crowder, and Mike,
Yeah.
that they did not realize how dark and depressing my life was. It really gave me a lot of camaraderie and courage for the world. So thank you.
Well, I am happy in.
I'm sorry, my mask is slipping
No,
here a little bit.
it's good. I have to be honest with you. I'm so overwhelmed by your honesty that you know, to think that any hand I had in bringing together this community of people that ended up becoming such a loving and supporting pool of friendship to each other is amazing. And you know, I was about to say this thing about, you know, how I've made so many friends all over the place, and one of the oddest experiences I had is I went to, I think, Chicago, and I took my seat, and the guy sitting next to me was wearing a Springsteen Radio T-shirt. So you have to imagine this is like, you know, this is 6 hours away from where I live in a completely different country, in a stadium of like, you know, 50,000 people, and the guy sitting next to me, and I look over and I'm like, what? Where'd you get that? And he goes, oh, it's this really cool place. You should check it out. I'm like,
you should check it out.
to my basement, guy. So yeah, that's pretty neat. You know, I also treasure all of the friendships that came out of that, and some of them will be lifelong, lasting friendships. And I think it's amazing that what community can do, even if it's just a virtual community, I guess. And
exactly.
I'm gonna those what you said has touched me profoundly. So thank you for sharing that. And yeah,
well, thank you for the opportunity to be interviewed here, and I really appreciate it. And I'm also going to say my dog is desperate to go out, so I should
absolutely no problem. I'm sorry. Yes, this conversation went on longer than most, actually, because you know, I did want to speak to somebody that came from a place of professional expertise in this as well. So I want to thank you very much for spending the time with us and being willing to lend your voice to the conversation.
Absolutely, and thank you for having me on. And again, I'm eternally grateful for Springsteen Radio.
Aw, well, we're eternally grateful for you too. In the meantime, be safe.
Right.
The best to you and your family.
And to you, stay safe, stay home,
yeah.
Wear a mask.
All right.
All right.
Will do. Thank you, Charity.
Thank you.
Be well. Well, there you had it. That was powerful. I'm not gonna lie. I need a minute, and it's yeah. I just need a minute. One of the guests, Jojo, we've played a number of recordings that he had put out online, and this is one from Springsteen called "The River."
Come from down in the valley where, mister, when you're young, they bring you up to do just like your daddy done. Me and Mary, we met in high school when she was just 17. We drive out of this valley down to where the fields were green.
we'd go down to the river. Into the river we'd dive. Oh, down to the river we'd ride. Then I got Mary pregnant, and man, that was all she wrote. And for my 19th birthday, I got a union card and a wedding coat. We went down to the courthouse, the judge put it all to rest. No wedding day smiles, no walk down the aisles, no flowers, no wedding dress. That night we went down to the river. Into the river we dive. Oh, down to the river we did ride. Oh, down to the river. Into the river we dive. Oh, down to the river we did ride. Now I got a job working construction for the Johnstown Company, but lately there ain't been much work on account of the economy. Now all them things that seem so important, well, mister, they vanish right into the air. Now I act like I don't remember. Mary acts like she don't care. But I remember us riding in my brother's car, her body tan and wet down at the reservoir. At night on the banks I'd lie awake, pull her close just to feel every breath that she would take. Now these memories come back to haunt me, and they haunt me just like a curse. Is a dream a lie if it don't come true, or is it something worse that sends me down to the river? Though I know the river is dry, oh, down to the river tonight. Oh, down to the river, my baby and I. Oh, down to the river we'd ride. Sends me down to the river, though I know the river is dry. Oh, down to the river tonight.
Look at that. We have our own living room concert across America right here, across the world. I want to get some people from Europe. Where are my European folks at? Come on. Step up. Don't let North America beat you. Jocelyn, that was a great rendition of that song, wasn't it? And Mike, man, we miss all you guys. I miss all you guys so much. Some of the greatest friendships I made, even virtually. I hope we can all come back to it one day. That would be a lot of fun, wouldn't it? I think so. All right. I'm going to do a Springsteen song right now as well, just because I'm in the mode. And this is my favorite song, well, maybe my second favorite song from Greetings from Asbury Park. Ragamuffin gunners returning home like a hungry runaway. He walks through town all alone. He must be from the fort. Here's the high school girls say. There's countryside's burning with wolfmen fairies dressed in drag for homicide. The hit and run plead sanctuary neath the holy stone they hide. They're breaking beams and crosses with a spastic's reeling perfection. Nuns run ball through Vatican halls, pregnant, bleeding immaculate conception. And everybody's wrecked on Main Street from drinking unholy blood. Sticker smiles sweet as Gunner breathes deep, his ankles caked in mud. And I said, hey, Gunner man, that's quicksand, that ain't mud. Have you thrown your senses to the war? Did you lose them in the flood? That pure American brother, dull-eyed and empty-faced, races Sundays in Jersey in a Chevy stock Super 8. He rides her low on the hip, on the side he's got bound for glory in red, white, and blue flash paint. He leans on the hood telling racing stories, the kids call him Jimmy the Saint. Well, that blazing noise boy, he's gunning that bitch, loaded to blasting point. He rides headfirst into a hurricane and disappears into a point. And there's nothing left but some blood where the body fell, and there's nothing left that you could sell. Just junk all across the horizon, a real highwayman's farewell. And he said, hey kid, you think that's oil? Oh, man, that ain't oil, that's blood. I wonder what he was thinking when he hit that storm, or was he just lost in the flood? 8th Avenue sailors in satin shirts whisper in the air. Some storefront incarnation of Maria, she's putting on me the stare. And Bronx's best apostle stands with his hand on his own hardware. Everything stops to hear 5 quick shots. The cops come up for air. And now the whiz-bang gang from downtown, well, they're shooting up the street. And that cat from the Bronx starts letting loose, but he gets blown right off his feet. And then some kid comes blasting around the corner, but the cop puts it right away. He lays on the street holding his legs, screaming something in Spanish, still breathing when I walked away. And someone said, hey man, did you see that? His body hit the street with such a beautiful thud. I wonder what the dude was saying, or was he just lost in the flood? Oh, and hey man, did you see that? Oh, them poor cats are sure messed up. I wonder what they were getting into, or were they just lost in the flood? Lost in the Flood from the Greetings from Asbury Park album. Definitely, if not my favorite song on the album, definitely in the top 2. Mary Queen of Arkansas, I think, is my favorite. I don't know why. There's just something about the way that he does that tune when he was just, a folk singer. before he became the total rock and roller. There's just something, I don't know. I just love that album. I'm not going to try and justify it. Oh, Mr. Denny Bassrush. Thank you, my friend. And I'm gonna read out loud what you said in the comments because I think it's 100% true. Interaction is the greatest currency. You got that right. Absolutely. And that's part of the reason why I think this whole thing is succeeding in any fashion, I guess. If you really get down to it, it's because it's building avenues of interaction and communication, which is what it's all about, folks. That's what it's all about. Well, now what are we gonna play? Hey, Mike, thanks, man. Coming from you, that is high praise. I really appreciate that. Thank you. There's something you guys want to hear, drop it in the comments, and I will do my best to play it for you. Mr. Kurt Scammell, I want to recognize something you said a little while ago about you called it your favorite Bruce Springsteen song that's very rare. It's Kitty's Back, and that's absolutely in my top 5 as well. It's an amazing jazz performance. Jungle Land. Well, how do you do Jungle Land without the sax solo, though, Kurt? That's the thing. It's probably one of the most emulated sax solos of all time, unless you're into jazz. I'll try it. I'm not above trying it at all. There's just going to be no sax solo. Let's see. Well, we'll see. We'll see what we can do, Kurt. Maybe it won't be so bad. I mean, I did do an all piano version of Dogs from Pink Floyd's Animals album, so couldn't be as bad as that, or as challenging as that.
Rangers had a homecoming in Harlem late last night. The Magic Rat drove his sleek machine over the Jersey state line. Barefoot girl sitting on the hood of a Dodge, drinking warm beer in the soft summer rain. The rat pulls into town and rolls up his pants. Together they take a stab at romance and disappear down Flamingo Lane. Maximum lawmen run down Flamingo, chasing the rat and the barefoot girl. The kids around here live just like shadows, always quiet, holding hands. From the churches to the jails, tonight all the silence in the world. As we take our stand, we're down in Jungle Land. Well, the midnight gangs assemble, like a rendezvous for the night. Well, they'll meet beneath that giant Exxon sign that brings this fair city light. Man, there's an opera out on the turnpike. There's a ballet being fought out in the alley, until the local cops, cherry tops, rip this holy night. The streets are fire, secret debts are paid, contacts made, they vanish unseen. Kids flash guitars just like switchblades, hustling for the record machine. The hungry and the hunted explode in a rock and roll band. They face off against each other out in the streets to down in backstreet girls are dancing to the records that the DJ plays. Lonely-hearted lovers struggle in dark corners, desperate as the night moves on. And just one look, a whisper, and they're gone. City, two hearts beat, soul engines running through a night so tender. In a bedroom locked in whispers of soft refusal and then surrender. In the tunnels uptown, the rats on dream guns them down. Them shots echo down them hallways in the night. And no one watches the ambulance pulls away, or as the girl shuts out the bedroom light. Outside the streets on fire in a real death waltz between what's flesh and what's fantasy. Man, the poets down here don't write nothing at all. They just stand back and let it all be. In the quick of the night, they reach for their moment, they try to make an honest stand. They wind up wounded, not even dead. Tonight in jungle land.
I don't know. That's so tough to do. It's like a big bridge section in there that I know I screwed up that sax solo part for sure, and well. But that's what you get when you ask for stuff off the cuff, and I'm just willing to try and do it. So apologies to any big Bruce Springsteen fans that were still listening in. Yikers! I enjoyed it though. I had fun. I had a dream about this song, so I want to do this one now. But I had a dream about it with a really weird kit. Yes, Dennis, or Denny, not impossible, just difficult. I need to remember to start using that phrase.
Talking away, I don't know, but I'ma say I'll say it anyway. Today's another day to find you, shine away. I'll be coming for your love, okay, and take on me. Take me on. Needless to say, I'm odds and ends, but I'll be stumbling away, slowly learning that life is okay. And say after me, it's no better to be safe than sorry, and take on me. Take me on. I'll be gone in a day or two.
Well, that was super fun. I like it. I like it a lot. I feel like there were more requests, and I'm forgetting what they are. Oh, thanks very much, my friend from Twitch. If there's something you'd like to hear, paste it in the comments, and I'm happy to try to play it for you. That's awesome. Thank you. I sometimes forget about the Twitch audience because they don't really come into the comments as often as Facebook and YouTube does. But I'm really glad that you guys are enjoying it. I be honest with you, I'm a little scared about the Twitch channel because I know it's mainly about gaming, and I figure is the live music thing sort of annoying more than anything else. Well, we're getting there. We're about 10 minutes away from the end of the program, and need some more stuff to play. Oh, let's do this one. This is one that Shannon Christopher Wright had suggested that I do, I think a couple weeks ago, and I don't think I've done it since. And it's another great tune. Let's see. We can do a beat for it, which is awesome. Woodblock. And this funny thing, just because it's in there.
Let me see through all the lights. I know I'll feel better in time. You should have told me a lie. I'll tell you why. I don't know what was going through my head. Now things have cleared, I'm not dead. Now that I've settled in bed, you should have told me a lie. I'll tell you why. I don't know what was going through my head. What if I walked off the line? What if I never revived? You should have told me a lie. I'll tell you why. I don't know what was going through my head. You know I should have been red. You know I could have been led. Down in deep inside, I am safe now and then. I want to fly away from everything on my own, on the way through the night. I wake up, don't know where I've been, and then I'll start over again. You should have told me a lie. I'll tell you why. I don't know what was going through my head. I'll tell you why. I don't know what was going through my head. You know it should have been red. You know I could have been led. You know I should have been dead.
Love that. Grapes of Wrath. It might have been a bit on the quick side. That's okay. We'll take it. Oh, Jocelyn wanted an Elton John song. She wanted Can You Feel the Love Tonight? And see, Jocelyn. Oh, I don't know. That's like Disney Elton John. I'm torn because I don't really know that I know it. To be fair, let me look it up here. There's a calm surrender. I think that's in that song, right? Is that the? Am I thinking of the right one? I think I'm thinking of the right one. Well played, Jocelyn. Yes, you did get me on that one. Let me think. I'm just waiting for it to come up here and see if I can actually play it. Not that way. There's a calm surrender to the rush of day, when the heat of the rolling world can be turned away. An enchanted moment, and it sees me through. It's enough for this restless warrior just to be with you. And can you feel the love tonight? It is where we are. It's enough for this wide-eyed wanderer that we got this far. Can you feel the love tonight? How it's laid to rest. It's enough to make kings and vagabonds believe the very best. Well, there's a time for everyone, if they only learn that the twisting kaleidoscope moves us all in turn. There's a rhyme and reason to the wild outdoors, when the heart of the star-crossed Voyager beats in time with yours. And can you feel the love tonight? It is where we are. Oh, it's enough for this wide-eyed wanderer that we got this far. Can you feel the love tonight? How it's laid to rest. Oh, it's enough to make kings and vagabonds believe the very best. Oh, it's enough to make kings and vagabonds believe the very best. That was the first time. First time for that one, so I hope it was all right. Oh, that was everything you could want from both Disney and Elton mixed together. Really? Okay. I'll take it. Well, we got 3 minutes left. 3 minutes left. What shall we do? You know what? This was suggested a while ago, too. So let's end it with this one. We get woodblock in there. The Love Boat theme. Oh, there's chords in there that I can't get. I need to practice it. I mean, this part's easy enough, right? The whole love, exciting and new. Come aboard. We're expecting you and love. Life's sweetest reward. And let it float. It floats back to you, and then where it goes, the love boat. Soon we'll be wherever it goes. See, making another round. I'll look it up sometime and learn it. It's just, it apparently does go to a G minor there, and I just need to figure out what the rest of it is. It's like, the love boat, and we'll be making it a love boat. Yeah, it's just weird. Friggin' 70s jazz theme songs. Here I stand with head in hand, turn my face to the wall. If she's gone, I can't go on, feeling 2 foot small. Everywhere people stare, each and every day, I can see them laugh at me, and I hear them say, hey, you got to hide your love away. Hey, you got to hide your love away. Well, how can I even try? I can never win. Hearing them and seeing them in the state I'm in. How can she say to me, love will find a way? Gather round and all you clowns, let me hear you say, hey, you got to hide your love away. 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 Well, there we go. Powerful way to end the night. Thank all you guys for tuning in as always. I hope it was entertaining. I hope it was informative. We had some great interviews tonight, man. Yeah. I'm still at a loss over the end of that last one. That was just amazing. So, if you missed it, you're tuning in now and you missed the interviews, you can always catch all these shows on the YouTube channel, which I will drop in the comments. I might as well drop it in the comments right now while we're waiting. Let me just put it in here once my keyboard comes back to life. Here is the YouTube channel that you can go to and hit the like and subscribe button. Only because when you hit subscribe, you'll be notified when we go live, which has been every day at 7 o'clock. So it's not like it's a big surprise. Got some great conversations coming up tomorrow and all throughout the week. I cannot believe that we are still going through this. I believe today we broke the 150-hour mark. So that's a lot of streaming. That's a lot of streaming and a lot of performing and a lot of amazing conversations and connections with people and new friends made and old friends found again. And I'm so overwhelmed by the spirit of everybody coming together. It's just fantastic. And I'm glad that I can provide a little bit of a respite in your days and nights of perhaps not having much to do. I'm going to stop babbling on now and get on with it. I want to end the program the same way I end all of the programs: be the path of least resistance and just be human and kind. It takes no extra effort and takes extraordinary effort to act otherwise. And as Charity and I both said in the amazing words of Mr. Bruce Springsteen, nobody wins unless everybody wins. So take care of each other, be kind, be safe, and we will see you tomorrow.